sorry, this is the wrong document. It should be 49, sorry. UKGI 401459. Thank you. A letter to a Member of Parliament, and it says as follows. Thank you for your letter of the 20th of August to Norman Lamb, that's your predecessor, about the independent review by forensic accountants of a number of individual cases raised by former sub-postmasters who raised concerns about the Post Office's Horizon system with their Member of Parliament. I'm replying as this matter now falls within my portfolio. I should first note that Post Office Limited continues to express full confidence in the robustness and integrity of its Horizon system and related accounting processes. Over the past 10 years, many millions of branch reconciliations have been carried out with transactions and balances accurately recorded on Horizon by more than 25,000 different sub-postmasters in total. The next paragraph says, it refers to the Post Office having agreed to an external review, and it says the external review of specific individual cases is being undertaken by a firm of forensic accountants, and to ensure impartiality, James Arbuthnot has reviewed and approved the appointment. I understand that the review process is now underway, and I have asked to be kept informed of developments. So that's the same day as the briefing that has been prepared that doesn't mention Horizon. Can you recall the circumstances in which this was signed, agreed by yourself?
I received a box every evening, and that had a variety of maybe 15, 20 different submissions for me to read, a diary pack, which would have included the briefing notes for the meeting I had the next day, all of the meetings I had the next day. And then also there would be any parliamentary question answers and a stack of correspondence. And so this letter would have been in one of those correspondence folders. I would have reviewed this letter and signed it amongst maybe another 15 or 20 letters. And from the documents I've been shown by the inquiry, which were only recently made available in this perspective, then I asked for a little bit further information on this because I thought it was something which would require more information. I imagine I don't have a memory of the exact what was going through my mind in week 2 of the job with a massive box to be doing that evening, but clearly I asked for a short note on the matter to bring me up to speed.
Can you recall who drafted this letter?
No, and I wouldn't have known who drafted the letter because unlike the submissions that would come to me that would have typically a civil servant name at the top of them, the correspondence would just be in a folder that would have the letter that I had to sign, and often that would be clipped in front of the letter that it was responding to.
Thank you. So we've seen the draft, the briefing to you and the day before you meet the chair and the CEO of the Post Office, which doesn't mention any issues to do with Horizon. We have this letter of the same date. Is it odd that there is no mention of Horizon or of the underlying issues that are referred to here in that briefing for your meeting?
Well, I didn't think it was odd at the time. Obviously, it was a half-hour meeting with the Post Office, and it was the first time I was meeting with the Chief Executive and the Chair. There was already lots to cover in terms of that meeting, and it clearly wouldn't be able to cover every single aspect of everything to do with the Post Office. And obviously, what I was being told in this letter, often the information that you would get as a minister, as I say, you'd find out what was in your portfolio by what letters you were being asked to sign at the beginning of your time as a minister, and you would take the information that had been put down as a letter as useful information for you to be aware of. And this was explaining, obviously, that there was an external review being undertaken, so it looked like there was something being done about an issue that had been raised. It was not clear to me at that point that this was a wide issue in terms of the number of people affected. In fact, it was saying that there was not a large number of people affected, and indeed that there was action being undertaken. So I don't think that would have seemed odd to me at the time.
Was it a topic that was raised by Paula Venables or Alice Perkins at your meeting the next day, the involvement of Second Sight or
No.
complaints by sub-postmasters?
No, it was not.
Could we please turn to UKGI 00001457? I think this is the meeting, the email that you were referring to. It's an email from Mike Whitehead of the 4th of October 2012. If we scroll down, we can see that Mike Whitehead was in the shareholder executive. Was he somebody who regularly briefed you?
Yes, he was. He was part of that team.
He has sent this to, and it's an email address, we'll see if we scroll up, it's an email account that we'll see a number of times today. Swinson MPST, is that your private office?
Yes, that's my private office. It was an email address that went collectively to all of my private secretaries, and then the relevant private secretary who was covering the particular brief would respond to whichever emails were in their brief.
So although it has your name, that doesn't mean it's an email to you personally?
No, indeed, I would not have seen emails to Swinson MPST. I did not have email access until the very end of my time as a minister. Everything was done through paper boxes.
Thank you. And who was Claire?
Claire was one of my private secretaries. At that stage, she was the private secretary who covered post office matters, but also, if I recall rightly, some of the consumer and competition matters, I think. But then later on, she took on the role as the head of my private office after Emily Cloak left.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehead says as follows. He says, at a meeting, recent meeting with Jo, in the context of having signed off the attached PDF reply to John Pugh MP, and that's the letter that we have just looked at, she asked for a short note summarising the position with the Horizon issues referred to in the reply. This is now attached. So it seems as though you've agreed that letter, but have asked for a note to summarise the position. He also says, we are also currently dealing with a Freedom of Information Act request from an investigative journalist relating to our contacts with the Post Office and meetings with briefings for ministers in the context of the integrity and performance of Horizon. And we'll come on to have a look at that as well.
Sure.
The briefing can be found at UKGI 00018248. Oh, sorry, that's the Freedom of Information one. Could we please first turn to UKGI 00001458? Thank you. So this is the attachment to the email from Mr. Whitehead. I'm just going to read to you a few passages from it. In the second paragraph, about halfway through that second paragraph, it says, since Horizon's introduction, there has been a small trickle of cases referred to ministers from or on behalf of former sub-postmasters who have had their contracts terminated by the Post Office for financial discrepancies or shortages, falling within the range of theft, false accounting or negligence, who have claimed that there are systemic faults with Horizon which have caused the losses rather than theft or of other financial malpractice by themselves or members of their staff/family. Scrolling down, the Post Office has consistently defended Horizon on the basis that the system has been in place for over 10 years. In a typical month, Horizon conducts around 80 million customer sessions with 230 million transactions across the system. This is delivered through around 35,000 counter positions in nearly 12,000 post offices, which perform weekly and monthly accounting balances. Around £175 million per day is settled to over 700 client companies who use the Post Office. A substantial flow of data to and from organisations with regularly audited accounts. Over its extensive period of operation, the system has proved robust. The Post Office cites the cases identified by ex-sub postmasters where there is some kind of allegation in respect of Horizon as being a minuscule proportion of the many millions of accounting events that sub-postmasters have undertaken since 2000. The Post Office believes that if there were any systematic integrity issues within the system, they would have been evident over the past 10 years. Both the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters and the CWU have expressed full confidence in the system. Just pausing there, do you recall reading this briefing?
No, I don't recall reading it. I'm certain that I will have done, having asked for it, and that looking at it now, I can certainly say that this would have been a reassuring note. It was saying that there was a lot of sub-postmasters, a lot of transactions, lots of big numbers used there, making the case that there was a tiny proportion, minuscule proportion, it says. And then also it explains that there is a process in place to try to resolve it. So it was definitely a reassuring message that was being given, and that it wasn't therefore going to be something that was going to, it seemed to me, require attention. As I say, it's not a memory that I specifically have, but I'm pretty confident from reading it now that will have been how I viewed that note.
And does it reflect conversations that you had at the time?
I mean, I imagine so. I think the other thing that's worth just noting is that this note does not mention prosecutions. So it is in the context of sub-postmaster contracts being terminated, which I appreciate will still have been a massive problem and very distressing for those sub-postmasters. But it also doesn't suggest a criminal prosecution level of this.
It goes on to say, accordingly, the Post Office has consistently and publicly expressed full confidence in the robustness, integrity and accuracy of Horizon, and long resisted periodic calls from former sub-postmasters for an independent review/audit of the integrity of the system. A lobbying campaign group, the Justice for Sub-Postmaster Alliance, was established in 2009 and claims a membership of around 100 members, but details only 14 specific complaints. And then it goes on to talk about potential legal action that was going to be brought. If we scroll down over the page, as you say, there's reference over the page to the Post Office agreeing to commission an independent external review of a small number of individual cases. It was agreed that the review would be conducted by a firm of forensic accountants. And then at the bottom it says, in response to any inquiries to ministers or the department about individual cases being put forward for review, the replies explain that any cases should be referred to James Arbuthnot MP for consideration through their constituency MP. Could we now then move on to the document that I just brought up on screen, which is the submission relating to the Freedom of Information request. That's UKGI 000-18248. So this is from Mr. Whitehead. Was Mr. Whitehead the author of that previous document that we looked at? I know he sent it to you.
I mean, I can't confirm that. I think it's a fair assumption to make, but I can't be certain.
Thank you. If we scroll down, we can see in the summary, it says there's been a Freedom of Information request from an investigative journalist. It covers the department's engagement with Post Office Limited with regards to concerns and criticisms from a number of former sub-postmasters who believe that Post Office's accounting system, Horizon, is responsible for their contracts being terminated by Post Office Limited. The department has always supported Post Office Limited's assertion that the system is robust. It then refers to Second Sight having been appointed, and it says, Post Office Limited is confident that the independent review will support their view that the system is robust and fit for purpose. However, the review has sparked some interest, including this Freedom of Information request. And if we scroll over the page, we can see the request that was made for various copies of documents that pertain to the integrity and performance of the Horizon and Horizon Online system. And if we scroll down to paragraph 9, the proposal is to release 28 items of information, but to withhold 10 items. Can you recall any discussions with Mr. Whitehead about this request?
No, this was a submission in my box alongside many others that evening on whatever day that it came to me that I would have read and responded to with a decision.
Could we please turn to UKGI 000137747? We're now in November. Before we were on the 23rd of October, so we're now the next month. And this is a letter to another Member of Parliament in respect of their constituent. And again, it starts off by saying, I've noted your constituent's concerns about his experiences as a sub-postmaster, but should explain that Post Office Limited is fully confident about the robustness and integrity of its Horizon system and related accounting process. Since the Horizon system was introduced in 2000, many millions of branch reconciliations have been carried out with transactions and balances accurately recorded on Horizon by more than 25,000 different sub-postmasters in total. I'm also aware of a small number of incidents where sub-postmasters' contracts have been terminated, and in some cases court action has subsequently been taken following the identification of financial discrepancies and shortages. Neither I nor the department are able to comment on or intervene in individual cases concerning operational and contractual matters. And then it sets out inquiries that have been made with the Post Office. And if we scroll down, if we keep on scrolling down, we can see at the bottom of the second page, it says, it is worth noting that sub-postmasters are contractually responsible for all losses occurred. And if we go over the page, it again says, whilst as noted above, sub-postmasters are contractually liable for all losses at their branch. And it ends by saying, should you wish to suggest that Mr. Patel's case can be examined by the forensic accountants, I recommend you contact James Arbuthnot's office to discuss its possible inclusion in the cases being reviewed by forensic accountants. Can you assist us with who would have drafted this response?
I can't tell you a name, but it would have been somebody within that team at Shex would be my assumption, because the way that correspondence worked was that it came in to the department, was processed by the correspondence unit, and they then sent it to the relevant policy team to get a draft response. It was then sent to my private office for printing and putting in my box.
Would you have discussed it with anybody before agreeing it?
No. Routinely, my correspondence, as I say, would be a stack every evening in my box after doing all of the rest of the submissions in my box. And so the normal process would be that I would scan the letter and sign it. And I think it's important to actually just make that point. Early on in my tenure as minister, I became very unhappy with the standard of correspondence that I was receiving. Frequently, there would be lots of typos, letters that I would have to send back. There'd be sentences that were not finished, and it was actually very stressful because, of course, it was taking me a long time to go through my box, and then that meant I was having to see letters more than once, and so that just expanded the amount of time that had to be spent. And I actually escalated that. A senior civil servant from the Permanent Secretary's office agreed to look at my correspondence for a week before I saw it, and she concluded there was a big correspondence quality problem in the department, and then measures were taken to deal with it. And I remember her saying to me, this is not what you should expect. What you should expect is that you get the letter, you quickly scan it, and you can sign it. So that information had been given to me to recognise that although clearly I needed to be aware and sign the correspondence, that was not something which there would be meetings held about each individual letter, or indeed that it would be something where I would be expected to spend a very long amount of time on each letter, nor indeed would that have been feasible.
Irrespective of the particular individual letter, the correspondence that we've been looking at all carries the same message.
Yes.
Small number of cases, trickle, etc. What kinds of discussions at this point in time were you having within your department about the accuracy of that information?
I mean, as I say, I'd raised general concerns about quality of correspondence. This was not specifically about the Post Office team. That was in general sense to say correspondence is important. It needs to be accurate. I recall taking part in workshops for civil service officials where I, did a little speech about how important correspondence was, because this is people writing to their MP and then writing to a minister, and this is an important part of our democracy, and therefore it isn't something that should be left to the last minute and come to me 3 months after somebody has actually written a letter. So that was in a general sense, that message was going out there. But as I say, in terms of specific cases and specifically in terms of Horizon, at this stage, it was not the subject of particular meetings. When the correspondence came to me, it was clear that there was a process in place with the forensic accountant's second sight, and so it felt to me that that was the appropriate place for these specific issues to be investigated, where the expertise would lie. I clearly wasn't going to be in a situation of being able to pick through the details of individual cases and come to a sensible conclusion about them, nor would that have been appropriate.
If we scroll up onto the first page, it refers to, if we scroll down, sorry, thank you, the final paragraph on that page. It says, I've made inquiries with the Post Office with regards to the particular case. Now, you're not expected to have made personal inquiries, but is it slightly odd that a Member of Parliament is conveying what they're told by Post Office Limited, rather than being told to approach Post Office themselves, for example?
So, I mean, obviously the I in that sentence is an I, which obviously relates to the wider civil service. And so when I read this to sign it, I take the view that the officials have gone to Post Office. And I mean, there's two ways of dealing with a letter like this. You can have what we call our standard lines, where you have some pre-agreed text on an issue, particularly for those kind of postcard campaigns where you get dozens and dozens and dozens of the same issue, where you can just give a pro forma standard line response that's been agreed. But clearly that doesn't feel quite appropriate when you're dealing with individual cases like this. And so I probably would have considered that it was actually helpful to get something that was more of a bespoke response. And to do that, I think the way to do that obviously would have been for them to go to Post Office Limited. There are obviously different ways of doing it. So when I was an MP and I was dealing with constituency correspondence, I would write to agencies, whether it was the Pensions Service or the Department for Work and Pensions, and enclose my constituents' correspondence and get an answer from that agency and then send that answer with a covering letter. That would have been another way to do this. But in this case, they obviously were making the inquiries directly, but they've also clearly flagged that they've gone to Post Office to ask about this.
Thank you. Could we please turn to UKGI 00001534, please? I'm being asked if we could slow down in speaking if possible. Thank you. Moving now to the 12th of November, it appears that you visited the Post Office headquarters and had a meeting with Paula Venables and Kevin Gilliland. And that included, if we see in the first paragraph, a demonstration of Horizon. Is that something that you recall?
I can't say I have a vivid memory of the demonstration of Horizon beyond potentially seeing a computer terminal with some screens. It wouldn't have been... the thing I remember most from that visit, I have to say, is the post and go equipment, which was quite new at that point, a little bit like the self-service areas in supermarkets. And so I remember thinking that was quite novel and not being sure how it was going to be received in post offices. But I'm sure I did get to look at a Horizon terminal briefly, and will have seen a screen with different computer options on it. Probably not the most exciting part of the visit.
It's meeting with the CEO. We've seen those letters. We've seen a growing picture of complaints from sub-postmasters, issues with Horizon. Did that come up in conversation at all?
I don't think so. At this stage, there had been some correspondence, but as I've explained, that correspondence is is not something which is taking a huge amount of time to deal with. And so the real significance of this issue did not sink in for me at this stage in my ministerial tenure about what was happening with Horizon. I don't think the issue of prosecutions had particularly been raised by this point. For me at this stage, it was definitely in the category of there were some people who had some concerns, Post Office being very robust that those concerns were not well founded, and that there was a forensic process to look into them, which was reassuring.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to the events leading up to Second Sight's interim report. And can I please take you back to your witness statement and paragraph 21? It's page 8. I'm just going to read from paragraph 21 of your statement. You say as follows, you say, my clear memory of first realising the possible importance of the Horizon issues was a meeting with Paula Venables and Alice Perkins, in which I was told about the impending publication of the Second Sight interim report. I cannot be certain about the timing, as I do not have access to my ministerial diary, but it would most likely have been in June 2013. I recall the genesis of the meeting being slightly mysterious. It was not in the usual cycle of my regular catch-ups, and unusually, I did not have a briefing note for the meeting in my diary pack for that day. I would not typically meet Paula Venables and Alice Perkins together. I cannot recall many details of the conversation, but do have a recollection that their tone was quiet and serious as they explained the background to the report. I felt that they were very keen to reassure me that they were taking it seriously, but everything was under control, and I would receive a further update from them shortly. Can you assist us with the description that you've used there, slightly mysterious? What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, normally I would have a diary pack prepared for me for the following day, and it would have each of my meetings set out with a note, information about what to expect, similar to the one which we saw earlier about the meeting that I had, the introductory meeting in the middle of September. And this didn't have that note. So in my mind, I was like, well, what is this about? And it wasn't clear from it being in my diary. Fine, okay. I mean, I did my box that evening, but I was unclear as to what the purpose of this meeting was until I was in the meeting, and that was slightly unusual and therefore slightly mysterious.
You say you didn't have a briefing note. Who would you have expected to have produced a briefing note for that meeting?
So my understanding of the process was that policy officials would produce briefing notes for any meetings within their policy areas. So in this case, it would be the SHECS team. And then my diary secretary, who was part of my private office, would each day collate, a front sheet with actually what my diary looked like, and then all of the different pages in order in one folder that would then be given to me as my diary pack, that as I went about my job during the day, I would take with me and be able to discard each notes for each meeting back to my private secretaries as those meetings concluded. And that would just mean that it would only come to me the night before, so it would be part of my box, but it would mean that I had, some brief awareness of what was going to be in the meetings. Sometimes, depending on the size of my box, I wouldn't actually get a chance to really read the diary pack in detail until the morning, maybe when I was on my way into the department. But normally, I would have information about the different things in my diary.
So focusing again on that word mysterious, is it surprising for you that your own team didn't provide you with sufficient information before that meeting, or is your concern about the meeting itself?
Well, I mean, I think no, within the meeting it became clear that it was a serious issue and they were being yeah, as I say, very serious about it. I mean, I don't know whether it was what they were happy to have committed to paper at that point, whether the officials knew. I mean, I don't know exactly how this came to be, but my private secretaries would not have been in a position to be able to give me full details, because they would have been asked for, you know, an important meeting. They might have been told a line or two as to why that was important. But I'm sure, had I been in the department when I read that, you know, rather than being given it to go home in my box and I'd asked them, they would have then told me that this is about the Horizon issues. But as I was not physically with my private secretaries when I was reading it, because I was at home, then it wasn't clear to me what it was until I got there.
Thank you. If we scroll down, there's nothing you'd like to add to that paragraph in respect of your recollection of the actual meeting itself, is there?
I mean, I obviously remember various conversations in the run-up to the statement in early July. What's hard for me is to distinguish what happened in each of those conversations. So I had some briefings in my office within Parliament, as well as in the department, because on the day of the statement I was in Parliament a lot, and so I had a little kind of cubbyhole type office in Parliament, which was so small that the officials couldn't all fit in and get a seat, so people were kind of sitting on printer tables and somebody was sitting on an upturned bin while I was being briefed on that. But so I have a memory of some of these telephone calls and briefing meetings, but I don't necessarily distinguish what happened in each one of them.
The next paragraph says, I also recall that James Arbuthnot was identified as a key MP coordinating parliamentarians on the issue, and I spoke with him about the issue on the 3rd of July 2013. Following that call, I asked one of my officials, Will Gibson, to follow up on various issues James had raised, one of which was the suggestion that they should speak with Second Sight on my behalf. Just to clarify, what exactly is being said in that final sentence there? Is it that Will Gibson would liaise with Second Sight or somebody else?
Yeah, I think it would be that Will Gibson would do that, and I think there is an email that was sent between Will and possibly Paul that around about that time, I think to Paul following up on that issue. I don't know what the outcome of that was.
So you're not aware of whether they in fact met or whether there was an attempt to meet them that was rejected or anything along that?
I don't know. I think it's possible that there was an attempt that was rejected, but I haven't seen the documents to give me confidence on what the outcome was. I don't recall Will coming back to me with outcomes of that meeting, but equally it's possible that they did meet and he used that as part of his information for when he was briefing me on matters.
Thank you. The Second Sight interim report was produced on the 8th of July 2013. At paragraph 23, you've described the run-up to your ministerial statement being rushed or very rushed. Yeah. Can you expand on that, please?
So, obviously, the Second Sight report, if you see from the document trail, there were lots of emails going back and forth around the Friday the 5th of July and indeed over that weekend. And as explained before, I was not part of that email address. I was receiving my information from the department in paper form. And so I will have gone up to the constituency as usual with my box on the Thursday night, but a lot of things happened after that Thursday night box that I will then not have seen until I was back in the department on the Monday, and then many of those things would have been in the Monday night box. It was a very busy time because I also, on that Tuesday when I made the statement, was doing two other debates in Parliament. So I was responding to a debate about consumer protection issues relating to gift cards, people who had been lost money in that issue, and then there was a 1.5-hour debate that I had to respond to on 0 hours contracts and employment protections. So there was a lot going on, and I was therefore receiving the information that had accumulated over the weekend in my box on that Monday night, alongside two other debate packs and indeed all of the rest of the correspondence and other submissions that were coming to me as well.
Can we please look at UKGI 401693? It's a note from Peter Batten, who is within the shareholder executive, the 5th of July 2013. He is emailing your private office, and he says, please see attached a short covering note setting out the key narrative and findings of the draft second sight report, the Post Office's proposed next steps and handling for its release on Monday, and suggested lines to take. A scanned copy of the report is attached. Would you have received both the briefing and the second sight report at that stage?
On the Monday night in my box. I think I received, but I definitely will have received the briefing in that debate pack. I can't be certain that I received the second sight report. I might have done. I think it's likely that I probably did, but I can't be as categorical about that. And as I say, it was in amongst a lot of briefing notice, briefing material that I was being given. And it was, you know, as a report goes, there was lines to take given, but it, you know, there was all of the stuff which has been since used ad nauseum by Post Office about there not being any systemic problems with Horizon. But clearly that was, for me, the first time I was reading that, and therefore that seemed reassuring.
Do you recall reading the actual report at that stage?
I'm certain I would not have had time to read the full report at that stage, but I think it is entirely possible that I will have scanned through it. I have a memory of doing so, whether it was at that point or whether it was perhaps after the statement, I can't be certain. But my takeaway from scanning through it was, you know, there was quite a lot that was impenetrable, but there was obviously the summary that I'd received, which, you know, seemed to tally up from what I saw.
And let's look at the summary. It's UKGI 00001695. Let's start on paragraph 1.4. The summary is as follows. Second sight reports that as part of the investigation, the Post Office voluntarily admitted to having identified 2 anomalies that affected 77 branches, 0.65% of the network, and 12 branches, 0.12% of the network, respectively. The report notes that the Post Office took action to rectify these anomalies once they had been identified. On the question of the core Horizon function, Second Sight finds that the system achieves its intended purpose and concludes that they have so far found no evidence of system-wide systemic problems with the Horizon software. Additionally, the report notes that the Horizon system, which involves over 65,000 users, operates smoothly for most sub-postmasters and their staff all of the time. Were you aware at that stage that the finding regarding system-wide problems was only an interim finding?
I think I knew it was an interim report, and that there was, obviously, as transpired, there was further work that Second Sight were undertaking once the working group was set up.
We then have at 1.6, with regard to the wider aspect of operations, Second Sight is more critical, citing the large number of interfaces with linked systems, the complexity of some processes, and the perceived lack of training. Next steps. Though the Post Office see the Second Sight interim report as being unsatisfactory in many respects, their current thinking is to welcome the report and to commit to work with Second Sight's Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, James Arbuthnot, and other MPs in implementing those changes and improvements. If we scroll over the page, we have then suggested lines to take. The suggested lines to take are as follows. The first is, it's not appropriate for the Department for Business to comment on the details of individual operational business issues for the Post Office, such as those covered in the interim report. However, the department welcomes the interim report's conclusion that there's no evidence of systemic problems with the Horizon system. We see in that first bullet point there, again, the reference to an operational matter. Now, this is an independent report that's been commissioned by the Post Office. We see there that it's being addressed by the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, James Arbuthnot, members of Parliament. Is it odd that it's still described as an operational matter, or that you can't comment on details of individual operational business issues?
It didn't strike me as odd at the time. Clearly, it was a matter which I needed to understand to the extent that I was making a statement in the House to respond to the concerns being raised by MPs. But the nature of the report was going into quite a lot of detail about issues of training and helplines, which, yeah, did strike me as largely operational matters. It felt like the role that we would play as, myself and the civil servants within the business department who were obviously acting as the shareholder was to have confidence that it was being dealt with properly, that the concerns being expressed by MPs were being addressed. And that's why that welcoming of that collaborative approach was certainly from my perspective very genuine, felt like the right thing to do, in speaking with James Arbuthnot, who seemed not entirely happy, but nonetheless very much in a spirit of goodwill to be able to work alongside Post Office. I mean, that seemed to me like the best way to try to address this issue, and that Post Office had recognised that there were some things that they needed to do differently. It did not at this stage strike me as some massive wide issue across the Post Office.
And looking at those suggested lines to take, on reflection, do you agree with those lines?
Well, I mean, having seen the details provided to me by the inquiry, I am staggered that I made my statement to the House of Commons on the 9th of July, and that on the 15th of July, Post Office Limited received the memo, the Clark memo, that said that the credibility of their key witness was fatally undermined. I mean, this to me at the time seemed very reasonable. I cannot quite square in my mind how it was possible for, as the minister, as the shareholder, us to be responding, me to be responding on these issues, being given this briefing, and then that, bombshell. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but when I read that document in the briefing notes, I couldn't believe it. I don't think you do not need to be a lawyer. How could anyone read that document and not realise that this is something which demands urgent attention? And yet, where did that go? We know that Paula Venables was aware that there was problems with an unsafe witness, and she never told me.
Let's stick now to the chain of events that's happening at this particular time, and let's have a look at an email from Mr. Whitehead on the 8th of July. That's UKGI 00001748. If we could start on page 2. I'll just take you to a couple of documents and then we'll take our first morning break. If we look over the page, please. Mr. Whitehead emails your private secretary following Jo's earlier telephone call with James Arbuthnot suggested briefing for the Whip's office. Briefing for the Whips on James Arbuthnot tabling an urgent question to obtain a ministerial statement in response to independent review by forensic accountants of Post Office Limited's Horizon computer system, which records all transactions conducted across the entire Post Office network. The issues covered by the review relate to a very small number of ex-sub-postmasters whose contracts were terminated and were subsequently convicted by the courts for false accounting or, in more serious cases, theft and fraud. So just pausing there, by this stage you are aware of the link to criminal prosecutions?
Yes, I was obviously aware of that in the briefing that I was receiving for preparing to give the statement in the House of Commons, which included also briefing on the disclosure requirements that Post Office Limited had to conform to as well. I don't think I had yet entirely understood quite how exceptional the Post Office doing their own prosecutions were, but I was aware that they were prosecuting.
Thank you. Then the next paragraph says, the report confirms that no systemic problems with the Horizon system were found, but also found scope for Post Office Limited to improve aspects of its support and training for sub-postmasters. And if we scroll down towards the bottom of the page, it says James Arbuthnot is seeking to imply that the report suggests that new evidence might be found on the basis of which some false accounting verdicts could be challenged/appealed. What was your understanding of that at that particular stage?
I very little. There was obviously James Arbuthnot was keen to make sure that the case of his constituent could be included in what would be agreed in terms of going forward, the looking at the issues, and ultimately there was agreement that those cases would be included. So I wouldn't profess a strong, detailed understanding, but the issue that there were some sub-postmasters that had experienced convictions that also wanted to be involved in challenging those was something which was brought to my attention in that note.
There's then a further version of the briefing, and that can be found at UKGI 401749. And it looks as though the briefing's been updated. And we can see there's still the reference on the third or fourth paragraph down that the report confirms that no systemic problems with the Horizon system were found. But then if we scroll down, it says, during his conversation with Jo Swinson this morning, James Arbuthnot agreed that the report was better than expected and acknowledged that it did not point to any wide-scale problems with the Horizon system. However, he believes the report provides evidence that some of the convictions of sub-postmasters who plead guilty to false accounting were unsafe, and he would like the government to intervene to offer some form of redress or to reopen these verdicts. We would strongly reject the suggestion that it is the role of either the Post Office or government to intervene to reopen the cases of individual sub-postmasters, as Mr. Arbuthnot appears to suggest. Was that a view that you had, that you shared?
So I think there's two different elements of that sentence, and I strongly agreed with one of those at the time, and I think that's the one that really stuck in my mind at the time, which was that it was not for government to intervene. And I appreciate this is not an easy thing to hear, but it was for those people whose lives have been ruined, but it was something which I did feel very strongly when I stood up in the House of Commons to make a statement, that there is a responsibility for there to be a separation between the judicial process and the government. And it was absolutely right for MPs to be advocating the case of their constituents. It was the type of thing which, I would have done for my constituents too. That was absolutely the right thing for them to be doing. But I felt as a minister, I was in a different position of responsibility vis-a-vis the court process and its independence, and that it would be very dangerous territory to have a minister standing at the dispatch box in the House of Commons second-guessing or throwing doubt on decisions that the courts had made. In this, looking at this sentence now, I can see that the Paul is also included in that, and I think looking at this now, I wouldn't necessarily agree that it was not the role of Paul to intervene to reopen the cases. I think if clearly the disclosure duty is clear that if evidence is found, then Paul should be proactively giving that information to anybody who has been convicted and their defence teams. So I didn't clock that at the time. I did strongly agree with the advice that I was being given about ministers being careful, and that weighed on me quite strongly. I recall in the statement that I wanted to be constructive and helpful, but there was a line that I felt it was important that I didn't cross.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our first morning break.
Yes, by all means, Mr. Blake.
Could we come back at 10 past 11, please?
10 past 11, fine.
Thank you, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Ms Swinson, I'd like to turn to your witness statement. We're going to look at page 12, paragraph 25. Thank you. It says, the inquiry has shown me an email chain between Paula Venables and other post office executives dated the 6th to 8th of July, in which Paula Venables comments that I have also spoken to Jo Swinson again today, who remains supportive about our actions and relatively relaxed about the situation. I cannot recall details of the specific conversation on this date and confidently distinguish it from others I had with Ms Venables on these issues. I think it was a telephone call. On another occasion, I recall Ms Venables explaining to me in a tone of taking me into her confidence with something of a pained expression that while it was a sad situation, the reality was that some sub-postmasters had their fingers in the till or something to that effect. From the context of the concerns being raised by James Arbuthnot and others by other MPs, I did recognise that there was a real need for the Post Office to deal with and resolve the issues, especially around training and support, etc. Now, it's very important for the inquiry for you to be as specific as you can on this. What is your best recollection of precisely what was said?
Just to be clear, are you asking about the telephone call
The
that Paula Venables is
second-
commenting on, or the second element that was a different occasion? I'll be really straightforward. I'm not going to be able to give you the exact words that Paula used. It was more than a decade ago, and so what remains in my memory is the impression that it made, not exactly the words that she said. But what she was trying to clearly reassure me, but explain to me, was sort of saying that, you know, although, and as I say, these are not words, these are my impression of what she was saying, that, you know, although these might seem to be lovely people, clearly some of them are actually just at it, is what she was trying to convey. And it was, as I say, that kind of tone of, you know, we have looked into this, and it, you know, and it is very sad, but that is just the reality, and so we have to act. So that's what I recall from that, as I say, with the caveat that I don't know the exact words.
And can you assist us with the timing? Is it in a similar period to the 6th of 8th to 8th of July?
I'm pretty sure it will have been, because this was a point where I had the briefing meeting in June, I think June at some point, without access to the diary. I don't know exactly the date. And then there was clearly telephone calls. I mean, it could have been in that June meeting. I would have been asking questions about this, you know, querying it, because of course, you know, MPs are raising concerns on behalf of their constituents. And so this was Paula Venables saying to me that, yeah, basically just some of these sub-postmasters are guilty.
What role did that have in the thinking that you had at that time?
So at that time, you know, the related context is around the numbers that I was being told. So, yeah, and all of the briefings were about the millions of transactions, the, you know, not just the 11,500 branch sub-postmasters, but also all of their staff, so the tens of thousands of Horizon users, and that this is a minuscule, tiny proportion. And of course, the figures that I was being told of how many cases at that point, you know, there was, I think, 14 in the in one of the briefings around this point. I think later on, even in 2015, when I asked about which criminal cases remained that would not then be mediated, it was 37. So those numbers were, you know, a smallish proportion of a very large number, and it didn't seem to me to be impossible that there would be some fraud within the post office, but I would have thought it would have been a small amount, and that the numbers that were being given to me seemed to be small amounts. I did ask for specific statistics. I think this was in response to reading the briefing pack, because having seen the emails that my private office sent on the morning of the statement of the 9th of July, I think I asked for, a breakdown of how many of the sub-postmasters had been convicted of fraud or theft or false accounting, how many cases had actually gone to court and the sub-postmaster been found not guilty. I asked for that breakdown as was detailed in that email, but I don't think it was actually provided. And I have to say, one of the things that I regret is that I didn't specifically chase that. I mean, the context of, the number of questions I would ask in any individual ministerial box, we'd be talking dozens, because on each submission I might be making 4 or 5 questions. So, I do recall early on with my private office sort of saying to them, probably in September or October, look, I keep asking you all these questions and responding to things. How are we keeping track of this? Am I supposed to, keep a note of what I've asked? And I remember my private secretary, head of private office, Emily, saying to me, look, you just have to trust us that we follow these things up. That's our job, and you can't possibly know all of it. So I do think I asked for that data, which probably would have been quite instructive to help me understand the context of the balance of the numbers.
I'll take you to that email correspondence shortly. Could we, before we get to that, please turn to FUJ 001744749. This is an internal Fujitsu email. So it's not a email that you will have seen at the time, but it refers to a meeting you had, and I'd just like to see if you recall anything from that. It's FUJ 00174749. Thank you. We can see at the bottom half of that page, please. So it's an email within Fujitsu, and it's referring to a conversation with Paula Venables. A very good conversation. Headlines are, Paula is very appreciative of our support and recognises how much we have been supporting them. The Post Office account have made a choice not to engage publicly in response to the story, as it hasn't taken off that much. Paula described herself as being mildly troubled by it, which is a change from this being a top priority a week ago. The Post Office account are now looking at what they need to do in response to the report, e.g. increase postmaster training. This is a work in progress for them. And then it's this paragraph. A question is going to be asked in Parliament about the report. Jo Swinson has chosen to answer it personally rather than have a written report because she believes she can kill it more easily by being there in person. Leslie has been over at Parliament this morning, briefing Jo, not sure if Paula was there also. I'm going to break that final one down into 2. The first is the reference to you being able to kill it more easily by being there in person.
Well, I mean, Mr. Blake, you showed me this for the first time this morning, and we had a discussion about whether the word that I used on seeing this was appropriate to repeat in the inquiry. Let's just say this is rubbish, because that's probably more appropriate language for the inquiry transcript. I mean, that was not the case. It's wrong on various levels. I mean, the most important being that this was not about killing it, but also it just is. It just doesn't actually make sense because it wasn't my choice ever to be able to give a written answer. So the way that Parliament works, which, as I explained in my statement, was not necessarily well understood even by the BIS Parliamentary Office, let alone by, I think this is, you said, an email from Fujitsu. If James Arbuthnot wanted to raise a question in Parliament as an urgent question, that would be up to the Speaker to decide whether or not that should be an urgent question, and that would be answered in person at the dispatch box. And the only choice the government would have would be whether to answer it as an urgent question or potentially, which is what we did, was to preempt that by making a ministerial statement, which in many ways is a bit more respectful to the issue because it is the government coming forward, and also actually was easier from a logistical perspective when I had 3 debates that day to have some degree more of control about the timing, because obviously not turning up for the debate on 0 hours contracts would also have been very disrespectful to Parliament, so that needed to be managed. So It was always going to be answered in person, and this was just the difference about whether we would wait for James Arbuthnot to lay an urgent question or whether we would make a ministerial statement.
In respect of the second part, Leslie's been over at Parliament this morning briefing Jo, not sure if Paula was there. Do you recall meeting Leslie Sewell at Parliament?
I know there were various officials there. I mean, I mentioned my small parliamentary office, and it was a bit crammed, but it was a very small office. There was probably at least 5 or 6 different people in there. I would have known in particular who the ones were from the Shecs team, who I was familiar with from being briefed by them regularly. It's entirely feasible, indeed probably likely, that there were 1 or 2 people from Paul there in terms of giving me information to make sure that any questions that I was asking in advance of the statement, to make sure that I knew what answers to give, because I knew that I would be asked lots of questions by MPs. At that point, clearly having a to and fro to post office where we had to send emails was not going to work with the urgency of the situation.
Do you recall if Paula Venables was there?
I'm pretty sure she wasn't there that day. I do recall speaking to her on the telephone, and so, I probably couldn't be 100% on that, but I don't know, 95% sure she wasn't there on that day.
We have an email from Paula Venables about what occurred on that day. Could we please have a look at that? That's poll 3099156. Thank you. It's the top email. That's an internal post office email. But she says as follows. She says, I will also send over a summary of Jo Swinson's statement in the House of Commons. She was good and fielded difficult questions well for us. Now, at that stage, did you consider it your job to be fielding questions on behalf of the post office?
When those questions were being posed in Parliament, yes, because there was no alternative. Paula Venables could not stand up at the dispatch box in the House of Commons, so any questions about the post office would need to be fielded by me in the same way that if there was questions about the Competition and Markets Authority or the Equality and Human Rights Commission or any of these other bodies that fell within my portfolio, parliamentary questions needed to be responded to by a minister.
Thank you. Could we turn now to UKGI 401852? And this is, I think, the email chain that you were referring to earlier. If we please turn to page 2. We see at the bottom of page 2 an email from Peter Batten at Shecs to Roderick Williams at the post office. And that's on the 9th of July at 9:39 in the morning. I left a voicemail about the second site report. We are likely to have to make a statement to Parliament this lunchtime. Jo Swinson's office has urgently requested information about the number of convictions. Will spoke to you at the end of the meeting on Friday about this, and it would be great if you could send over your findings as soon as possible. We then scroll up on the page, and it sets out the information that you were requesting, how many of the sub-postmasters have had their contracts terminated, how many of the sub-postmasters were convicted of respectively fraud, theft and false accounting. In each category, how many of those convicted pled guilty, how many, if any, were prosecuted but found not guilty. If we scroll over the page, to page 1, Susan Crichton responds internally and says, onto it, or in fact, still to the same chain. She responds to Will Gibson and says, Will, we're working on this. We'll get through to you as soon as possible. That's the 9th of July. We're now at 10:36. There's then an email on the 16th of July, so a considerable time after, from Peter Batten at Shecs. And he says, did Susan, Roderick or Martin ever come back to either of you on this? I know Paul often dropped me off their copy lists. I try not to take it personally. And if we scroll up the page, a response from Mr. Whitehead says, sadly, they have a habit of dropping everybody off when we seek awkward data. I have not seen anything, and my guess is that without a chaser, they'll unilaterally decide we don't need it. Can you explain your understanding at that particular time of difficulties getting information from the Post Office?
It's not something I was aware of. This issue that Mike is expressing in the email, which I think does speak volumes, given what we know now, was not something that was brought to my attention at the time. And as I said, I did rely on my private office and my officials to chase the many questions that I asked. But I do think this is pretty shocking, and I think it's on two levels. I mean, just on one level that I was answering questions in Parliament and needed information, and needed it to be able to give good answers to the people who were asking me questions. Who, let's remember, are speaking there on behalf of their constituents who have been affected by these issues, right? So that that has an importance attached to it. So if I'm asking for that information, it should be provided in a timely way. And it certainly shouldn't be something that needs to be chased. But then it's also problematic because if this is the experience that Sheikhs are having, that I think points to potential deeper problems with what Post Office is willing to provide, and that would raise some alarm bells, but it's not something that was raised with me at the time.
In terms of timing, the 8th of August was then the first meeting of the working group. And I'd like now to take you to September, and can we look at poll 00196410? And could we please turn to page 4? There's an email, if we scroll down, from Alan Bates to a number of people, Paula Venables, Susan Crichton, Angela van der Bogard. You were copied in Swinson MP correspondence, so is that your constituency email account?
No, MPST correspondence. So like the Swinson MPST address was my private office, this would be the correspondence office for my portfolio.
Thank you. This is correspondence that the inquiry has seen a number of times regarding Mr. Griffiths. This afternoon I received the following email. It's a prime example of the thuggery being exerted on the defenceless sub-postmasters. If we scroll up, we can see on page 3 at the bottom of page 3, Stephen Mosley MP says that he will forward it to yourself. And if we keep on scrolling up, Mr. Bates responds, and he says, I did send a copy of the email to Jo Swinson, who I've been in contact with over sub-postmaster issues since she was appointed. I've also met with her 2 predecessors. And then if we go to page 1, we have Mr. Mosley's letter to you, which says, Dear Jo, please find attached a copy of correspondence recently received from Mr. Alan Bates regarding his concerns relating to the suicide attempt of my constituent, Mr. Martin Griffith, sub-postmaster. I think you've said in your statement you don't recall this correspondence. Is that correct?
I don't recall seeing it, and I'm very sorry about that, and it's clearly describing incredibly tragic events.
Who would have been responsible for bringing this to your attention?
Well, in the normal course of events, correspondence would come to me through the correspondence office in my stack of nightly correspondence. And so that would be the normal way in which correspondence would make its way to me. In some cases, and I think this is one that would certainly qualify, there would be an argument for raising it maybe in a submission and bringing it to my attention in a way that was more significant than one letter among many in correspondence.
So is it your evidence it's likely that you would have received it in a pack because it's correspondence from a fellow parliamentarian?
I mean, I think that is likely, but I do not recall it. And of course, the content is such that I think my instinct is that it's the kind of thing that you would recall. But I'm sorry, I can't give any more detail than that because I don't have a memory of receiving it.
Thank That can come down, thank you. Now, in terms of timing, the 18th of December 2013 to the 30th of June 2014 was your period of maternity leave. As we discussed earlier, in the meantime, Mr. Callard became the head of the Post Office shareholder team in January 2014, and he became the non-executive director on the Post Office board in March 2014. Had you met Mr. Callard at all before your maternity leave?
No, not to my knowledge. I suppose it's possible I could have been introduced to him just as I was leaving if it had already been confirmed he was taking over from Will, but I think it's unlikely.
Could we please turn to UKGI 000-42677? This is a shareholder executive presentation from February 2014. So you would have been on maternity leave at the time of this presentation. It's a presentation the inquiry has seen before. If we could turn to page 6, please. It says on the left-hand side, there is a general feeling that Paula is not the optimal person to lead the Post Office to deliver its commercial strategy. Paula has not been able to establish good working relationships with Jo Swinson. She has been unable to retain key staff. Just pausing there, was that an accurate reflection of your relationship?
I don't think it was. I'm not going to say there were never any frustrations with the Post Office. I, was asking for more information on the speed of network transformation to make sure that the future of the network would be secure. But I engaged with Paula regularly, and I felt we did have quite a good working relationship. So I don't really know where that particular sentence has come from, and it was a big surprise to me when I saw it come forward in the pack, and indeed when it was, I think, put to Alice Perkins.
Performance as CEO and delivery of strategic plan. The Post Office failed to deliver its 2010 strategic plan. She has shown a worrying lack of knowledge about the detail of the new plan. Paula's people management has caused concern as she appears unable to work with personalities and approaches that differ from hers, and has failed to build relationships with key directors. Paula's performance as CEO has been questioned by the Post Office chair and by members of the board. Engagement with ministers and stakeholders. Paula has not developed strong relationships with stakeholders. The scale of change envisaged under the strategic plan requires a visible, dynamic and charismatic leader able to re-engage and energise the relationship with stakeholders. This includes engaging with biz ministers. Over the last year, Paula has repeatedly overpromised and under-delivered. So you've said in your statement that this wasn't something that you were aware of.
No. I mean, this is quite a shocking document to see, right? When you talk about what might be operational matters and what might be strategic matters, I recognise, and I know this inquiry has interrogated that distinction, and sometimes there might be a degree of grey area, whether it is something operational or strategic. But is the chief executive fit to do the job? Really pretty clearly strategic, right? Right up there with something that is strategic. And therefore, I just can't understand how, the department of which I was a minister has a slide deck which is talking about the removal of the chief executive of Post Office Limited without actually talking to ministers about that. I mean, it just stuns me that can be happening. I appreciate, as I think Richard Callard said later, there's an issue about at what stage you might raise concerns with ministers, and it probably wouldn't be the first time you had an inkling that there might be an issue. But at the point at which you're creating a whole, PowerPoint deck about it, clearly the time has come that ministers need to be engaged in this discussion, and I would argue not actually just the person who was in my role as the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, but this is something which at the Secretary of State level should have been discussed. So I'm pretty shocked, and obviously I was on maternity leave, so I wouldn't have expected personally to know this at this point. And just for context, about a few weeks, November 13, a few weeks before I went off maternity leave, I received a submission about Paula Vennell's remuneration, advising me that we wish to retain her as a director and we don't think any downward pressure on pay is appropriate at this point. So just a matter of weeks after that, we've got to this situation. I think that feels very strange. And although I wouldn't have expected to know about this at the time because I was on maternity leave, you know, Jenny Willett, who was covering for me, should have been appraised, as should Vince Cable.
And let's move on to when you're going to be returning. Can we please look at UKGI 0002288, please? Maybe 4 zeros. If we look at the bottom email, thank you. Dear all, an update on some plans in train to support Jo Swinson's return from maternity leave. We expect Jo to return to the Department for Business, GEO, around the end of June, but we'll confirm once definitive. Jenny will continue as Minister, taking all decisions until Jo's return. Briefing Jo. We are starting to brief Jo more regularly on some of the developments since her maternity leave. We'll begin this in May through catch-ups between Jo and Jenny, as well as with private office. We then propose to do some high-level, 1-hour briefing sessions between Jo and each of her main directorates in early June, and one of those being Post Office. If we scroll up, please, there's an email from Mr. Callard to Peter Batten. He says as follows, see below, please can you start putting some thought into this? Clearly we'll have our priorities to discuss, but you will have a better idea of what her priorities might be then than I will. As we will have to address those as well, we might want to also think about how many sessions we might need, e.g. I want to get her in the right place on Sparrow. Looking back at those early briefings, what do you understand that to have meant? I know it's not you that's writing it, but if you reflect on the briefing that you did ultimately receive.
I mean, I think the contrast is very illustrative here. So we've got an email where Richard Callard is saying, I want to get her in the right place on Sparrow. And I didn't know what Sparrow was, but obviously do now. And if you contrast that with the note that I actually received when coming back from maternity leave about Post Office Limited, there is, I think, one sentence on Horizon, which is incredibly bland. It is buried in a paragraph called, exceptional items. It isn't even highlighted as a risk. And it basically says that the working group is set up, progress is a bit slower than we would hoped, and Post Office is seeking assurance on its position. And, that's a very kind of nothing to see here sort of sentence. And so I just think that's a really interesting contrast, right? That he was not actually giving me information about what was happening in Sparrow. And we know he wasn't, because now when we look at the minutes of the Sparrow meetings, it's actually the opposite of what I was being told. So the Sparrow meetings were talking about reducing the role of second sight, which was never mentioned to me, even in the final conversations that we had nearly a year later about the closure of the working group, right? It was never mentioned in any of the subsequent points when, knowing that second sight were important to me, when I came back from maternity leave, when I was asking questions about Horizon in September, when I was preparing for the Westminster Hall debate. I mean, if a civil servant knew that second sight's investigation was important to me and that Post Office were thinking of reducing their role, I mean, that's something he should have been warning me about that was a problem rather than hiding from me. And then we had what they were planning to do with the working group, again, looking at the Sparrow minutes from that time, around about this April 2014 period, where they were basically saying that they were going to reinterpret how they engaged with the mediation scheme within the existing terms of reference. And I mean, in a sense, when you see that, it's no wonder that trust broke down and that all ground to a halt later that year. But when that trust was breaking down, I was being briefed by them that this was because other people were trying to extend the scope of the scheme. I mean, it's Orwellian, frankly. They were saying, themselves that they were basically going to change the way they engage with the scheme, and then told me that other people were reinterpreting it or extending the scope. So, to me, I just cannot, I cannot understand how a civil servant could operate in that way. And I just want to say, because I obviously have in my witness statement been critical of Richard Callard, it is totally not the experience that I had dealing with dozens of civil servants across so many different areas of my brief. My general experience of dealing with civil servants was that they were diligent, they were thoughtful, they were respectful of Parliament, they cared about the issues and how they affected members of the public.
Dealing with this particular individual.
And this was totally contrary to that.
Thank you. Could we please turn to UKGI 00002439, please? We're now in August 2014. 6 months have passed since that presentation regarding the performance of Ms. Venables. It's an email from Mr. Callard to your private office. He says, Claire, thanks for the discussion today, very helpful. I have attached the note that I mentioned. Alice saw the first iteration. I've just sent this second iteration to her and thought it might be expedient that you see it sooner rather than later. I would be grateful if you could flag any potential red rags in here. Just to be clear, this is not a speaking note as such. It's too long for that. It's something just to get thoughts in some sort of order, but it gives you the general gist of our arguments. If you do have a word with Jo prior to the meeting, I would be grateful for any readout if you get chance. So this seems to be a document that has been seen by Alice Perkins at the Post Office, and it's not a speaking note, but it is some thoughts. We'll come and look at the content, but what is your general view of the appropriateness of that being sent to your private office for their comments before being seen or being discussed with you?
So just to put this in context, this is about the issue of the remuneration of a potential new chief finance officer and an amount of money that then would need to be paid to the existing chief finance officer to encourage his exit. And I referred just now to a submission that I received in November 2013, which said we wish to retain Paula Venables. It also said we wish to retain Chris Day as the Chief Finance Officer, and we don't want any downward pressure on their remuneration at this time because they're both in place and doing well. And that was just before I went on maternity leave, and then literally days after I returned from maternity leave, having had the kind of briefing meetings where I was brought back up to speed and no concerns raised about the performance of the senior executives of the Post Office beyond a note in the briefing that said that they'd made some changes around HR and so on. I then received this note that says, we would like you to write to Danny Alexander to ask for exceptional permission to appoint a new Chief Finance Officer for Post Office Limited on a salary which was more than £500,000, and also to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on an exit payment for the existing Chief Finance Officer, to which I, perhaps quite understandably, was rather shocked because I'd never heard of a suggestion that we needed to replace the Chief Finance Officer and thought that that would have been something that perhaps I should have known about if that was the case, before the point at which they were asking me to approach Danny Alexander, who was the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, for permission. And the permission would have been needed because the sums involved were of a level that needed approval because they were exceptional in terms of the levels of pay. And in the context, of course, at this time, with incredibly difficult financial circumstances, government making all sorts of really heart-rending decisions about budgets. So my instinct was, if I'm going to ask Danny Alexander for money, it's probably not going to be for hundreds of thousands of pounds for Post Office executives when you've just told me the current Chief Finance Officer is doing a perfectly good job.
So if I could just pause you there, we're both going to get in trouble with the stenographer.
Okay.
Could I ask you to ideally keep your answers relatively short
okay.
And relatively slow if possible?
So that was the context, and I then had some back and forth when I responded to that submission, and I said, no, I'm not happy to send this letter to Danny Alexander. And there was pushback, and I think there were some meetings with officials. I think that this was in advance of a call that Alice Perkins was planning to have with me that Friday.
Shall we look at the document itself?
Yeah.
Let's look at it. It's UKGI 00002440. So this is the attachment to the email. I think your evidence is that you didn't see this attachment.
No.
It, in fact, wasn't intended to be seen by you. It was your understanding.
That's right. And indeed, they were asking my private office to sort of give them a bit of intelligence about whether this would be a red rag, presumably meaning to a bull. And you know, I mean, given that it was the government's policy to have pay restraint in difficult financial circumstances, you know, reading this now is, you know, it's very shocking that, you know, that this is what they were trying to do, and indeed that they hadn't been straightforward in the note that they clearly sent me in July about why they wanted a new chief finance officer.
So let's have a read. It says, as you know, Shecs and the board are clear the current CFO is not the right person to take the company forward given the challenges it faces. If we skip down, it says, you know all that, and on reflection, we should have approached you earlier. However, we want to explain to you why we need to come and see you on this, and why Alice and the chair of the Remco want to meet you and Vince. The difficulties on the CFO front have brought forward the concerns the board and Shecs has about the CEO, which you need to be aware of, and which puts the appointment of a new CFO in a wider context. The board's concern over the performance of the CEO has been growing for some time, and has only recently got to the point where it feels it needs to act in due course. But this leaves the board in a difficult place. Removing a CEO without a confident CFO capable of holding the fort is a big risk. This makes replacing the CFO all the more important, which explains the board's heightened concerns and why Alice wants to talk to you and Vince in person. So very briefly, just to summarise, the proposal is a new CFO because we want to replace the CEO, and we can't do that until we have a good CFO in place. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is not what I was told, but that's what this note is arguing, and this is clearly after a period of time where they have done a full recruitment process. So this is clearly at the end of probably at least 2 to 3 months of them taking action on this in terms of recruiting headhunters to be able to search the field, conducting interviews, going through all of those steps while not briefing me on it, and even then not telling me that they had these concerns.
And then
about
if we
the
scroll
chief executive.
down, he seems to posit a question: why haven't you told me about the CEO before? Why didn't it form part of the CFO advice? And the bullet points there say, removing the CEO is a very dangerous and destabilising thing to do. It's not something the board takes lightly, so it needed to be certain before coming to you. We are also conscious that the moment we tell you about Paula, your relationship with her is irrevocably changed. The board has been monitoring the situation for some time, but until recently have felt that the balance of risk pointed towards keeping Paula in place, given the uncertainty and difficulty of appointing a successor. There are a number of reasons why the balance has now changed. Efforts to improve her performance has failed. The board is increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress. Reference there to specific business areas like Horizon and the strategy in general. This crystallised for the board at the June away day, where Paula very much sat back and let her team lead. She acts more like a non-executive director than someone who leads from the front. If we go over the page, please. There's a section there on what is wrong with the CEO. And then we see there, for example, issues like the Horizon mediation scheme and financial services have required significantly more oversight by the board than one might expect, as things haven't been gripped. And then there's a section on why a new CEO would require higher remuneration. And then, what have you done to put measures in place to improve her performance? Alice has spent an enormous amount of time coaching, mentoring, and monitoring Paula. Important to note that Alice has significant non-executive director experience, huge amount of experience in knowing what she can and can't be done with both Paula and Chris. Paula responded to initial efforts to improve performance, but this has levelled off and is ultimately about character and aptitude. Mr. Callard's evidence to this inquiry was that he probably presented his case to you in accordance with this note. Is that your recollection?
Absolutely not. And it's something which I think I would have recalled, because one point I would agree with from that note is that it's the kind of information that would irrevocably change my relationship with Paula and the way in which I interpreted what she was telling me and the assurances that she was giving me. And that, you know, I obviously did engage with Paula on a regular basis, and the assurances that she gave me, you know, personal assurances as well as in writing on Horizon, actually were very important. They were not received with the knowledge that she was somebody who lacked grip and pace on the issue of Horizon. And I mean, if this was the view of the biz civil servants, I mean, arguably, probably fairly given what we now know, then it also, I think, raises questions about how they were probing the information that they were getting from Post Office Limited about Horizon in general terms, if they felt that that had not been properly gripped. But these concerns were not put to me. I mean, I don't know exactly the chronology of what happened. I do recall having a meeting, but I think it may have been in July, shortly after the submission. Ultimately, I was not happy to approve the extra money, but I do know that it went to the Secretary of State, Vince Cable, who ultimately did write the letter to the Treasury. So I don't know the chronology of what conversations were then had with Vince.
Could we please turn to UKGI 00002472? We're moving on a few weeks later now, and there's a briefing for you on Second Sight's Thematic report, which has been leaked. I'll just read to you a few paragraphs from that. A report leaked yesterday. It's critical of the Post Office's Horizon accounting system. In italics below that, it says, it's important to stress that despite over a year's worth of investigation by the Post Office and independent investigators Second Sight, no systemic or technical deficiencies have been found with the Horizon system. If we scroll down, the same form of words is in bold there. And it says, and the flavour of the report reflects the Post Office's general concern that Second Sight has not been as objective or forensic as they might otherwise have been given their role. And it sets out further detail. The mediation scheme has been a significant concern for the Post Office for some time. Whilst no substantial issues with the Horizon system have been found, their concerns include the following. They consider that independent investigators Second Sight have gone native and are unduly taking the side of the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance. This is supported by the fact that Second Sight have admitted privately that they find it emotionally difficult to opine against sub-postmasters, regardless of the circumstances. Second, claims in the Thematic report and the individual reports on each case prepared by Second Sight have generally been unsubstantiated. For example, Second Sight's claim that power loss can lead to data loss for the sub-postmaster, creating discrepancies between cash accounted for in Horizon and cash in the safe or till. There is no evidence to support these claims. Second Sight do not sufficiently acknowledge that the relationship between the Post Office and sub-postmaster is one of principal and contractor. And in the final bullet point on that page, a number of the reports written by Second Sight in relation to individual cases have been rejected by Tony Hooper on the basis that the claims are unsubstantiated. In such cases, he has tasked Second Sight with rewriting the report. It's not clear why he has not treated this report similarly. If we go over the page, please. Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance has had difficulty in accepting that some cases will not warrant mediation because the SPM was clearly at fault or was victim of fraud by their own staff. Second Sight has continued to widen the scope of the investigation rather than focus on the Horizon system, prolonging the investigations and increasing costs. Meanwhile, whilst the mediation scheme continues, expectations around possible compensation have grown to potentially unrealistic levels. We'll see that this was sent by Mr. Callard. Perhaps we could turn to UKGI 00007352. And if we start on page 2, this is from your private office to Mr. Callard, and it says, the Minister was grateful for this briefing and commented that she found it very useful. I'd like to add my thanks for the quick turnaround. She had one question with regards to the following paragraph. A small number of the reports written by Second Sight in relation to individual cases have been rejected by Tony Hooper, and that's the passage I just took you to. She'd like to know if we can ask him for more details, and wondered if the fact that he hadn't asked the reports to be rewritten meant that he found the report credible. She'd be keen for further clarification on this. She commented that she found it difficult to just accept the Post Office's analysis of the report without evidence. For the future, please keep Private Office copied in on any newsworthy developments. I think we were fairly lucky that this story didn't gain much traction and Jo wasn't asked to comment. It's really important that we are aware of these kinds of events so that Jo feels prepared and cited on issues within her portfolio. So we've highlighted 2 paragraphs there. Let's start with the first of those paragraphs. Can you assist us with what your concern was?
I mean, this is one of the submissions where I really so wish that my handwritten notes had been preserved, because reading between the lines of the private office email, I was not best pleased to see this particular thing. I mean, obviously, we've got the nice diplomatic private office bit at the beginning saying it was very useful, but here's the real question, and you've got to keep us informed in future. So, you know, there was that paragraph about the reports. I'd previously been told that Second Sight's reports' quality had been questioned by Sir Anthony Hooper. And clearly, I think that was intended to you know, reduce my view of Second Sight's credibility. But I obviously was picking up on the fact that he hadn't made any kind of rejection of this report, and therefore that might suggest that he found it credible. And I thought he was a particularly important person to listen to on this matter, because he was somebody who had a great you know, career as a Court of Appeal judge, and as somebody who would be able to be objective and also used to dealing with events and cases that were complex, where different issues were being put forward. So I was being very questioning about that matter. I would be keen, if it's possible, to just point to one other thing in that briefing note, which at the time, you know, if anything, I probably found reassuring, but with the benefit of the subsequent information I've seen by the inquiry, is deeply troubling to me, which was the point on the previous page that sets out some of the cases that had been settled and mediated. So that was in the note itself.
Shall we go back? Would you like
yes,
to
that would be really helpful.
So that's UKGI 402472.
And it was on the second page. So this paragraph that starts, in those cases that have been mediated or settled, Paul considers it should have conducted itself better operationally. But it is important to stress that these are not system related. I think I would have taken some comfort from that fact, that the mediation scheme was, you know, finding that there were issues, but they were not systemic or showing wider problems. But when I look at the Sparrow minutes from April, where it is minuted that they should accelerate the specific cases that are not thematic because it might be useful to show the minister. I mean, I consider that that is, a premeditated manipulation of the working group process, specifically designed to reassure me that there isn't a problem by presenting cases which are not representative, as one imagine in anything like this, there might be some simpler cases, by presenting those as representative of the vast number of sub-postmaster cases. I mean, to me, that just feels duplicitous to actually set out to prioritise those cases so that they can then pretend to me that those are representative. And I mean, there maybe was a case for, making the simple cases go first to build everyone's confidence in the scheme and, get some cases done. But to show them to me as if they're representative, as has been presented in this note, as I say, again, it just feels to me the opposite of what civil servants should be doing and the opposite of what my general experience was of dealing with civil servants.
Thank you. If we turn back to the email chain, then that's UKGI 407352. And I'm going to ask you about the second of those bullet points that we looked at. The second of the highlights that we looked at. So it's page 2 at the bottom of that email. So for the future, please keep private office copied in. And was there a concern at that stage about the level of information that you were being given?
Yes, I think that the genesis of this note and the reason why my private office is thanking them for the quick turnaround was that it was one that didn't come from them to us, as would often be the case. And indeed, as from the earlier letters I signed that I would be regularly updated on progress with the scheme, we would have anticipated. But instead, I think this was in response to some media reports of the leak of the part 2 of the second site report that went to the working group members. And so, in response to that, myself or my private office have then asked for a note. So, yeah, that did raise a concern, and very firmly officials were being told by my private office that they needed to be more on it in terms of making sure that I was abreast of what was going on.
Thank you. If we turn to the response from Mr. Batten on the first page from the shareholder executive, he addresses the point about why hasn't Sir Anthony Hooper rejected this. He distinguishes between what were the case reports and what is the second site thematic report. If we scroll down, it says as follows. It says, the report that Richard's email referred to has become known as the thematic report, and the intention had been that it was produced as a generic reference document for use during the mediation process. To be clear, although the working group can recommend a case for mediation, it plays no role in that mediation, which is between the applicant and the post office as the two involved parties. There is no role for Tony Hooper in the mediation process either. SHEC's officials understand that the mediation process does not involve the working group. Tony Hooper has taken the view that the thematic report is outside of his remit. The fact that he didn't ask for the thematic report to be rewritten does not suggest that he found it credible. Given the high number of objections that the Post Office has flagged about Second Sight's thematic report, it is perhaps unlikely that any report will satisfy all parties. And then it's the final sentence there. It is not, at this point in time, appropriate to ask Tony Hooper for more details about his view on a report that is still confidential from the perspective of the working group. Were you told this at the time?
I'm sure this will have been relayed to me, not necessarily with this full email, but possibly in a cover note from my private office. And I think obviously there was a confidentiality issue. I could appreciate that, but I had thought it would be very helpful at this point to get the views of Sir Anthony Hooper because of his objective and independent position. Clearly, there was strong pushback against that, at this point from checks.
And looking, you describe it as pushback, looking at that final sentence, to be told that it's not appropriate to ask Sir Anthony Hooper for more details. Would you have understand that formulation of words to have itself been appropriate?
I think in a normal scheme of business, then that would not usually be used. But I think the difference with the mediation scheme is that you were dealing with, a very formal process. The CEDR have guidelines about how it operates. It therefore was something which was not familiar to me, and I could totally appreciate that there might be some boundaries about at what point you would, it would be appropriate to speak to, the former Court of Appeal judge. I mean, I would know I did ask to meet Sir Anthony Hooper a couple of months after this particular point, and he declined to meet with me. And in a sense, that decision that he made rather reinforced the point that I was being told about what was appropriate and where that ministerial intervention could be, to what extent that was possible. I obviously put a lot of store in Sir Anthony Hooper's view of what was appropriate as somebody very esteemed with a lot of experience to be able to navigate those boundaries.
Thank you. Sir, that might be an appropriate moment to take our second morning break.
Certainly.
Could we come back just after 15:15 to, should we say, 17?
Yeah, by all means.
Past?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I'm going to now turn to preparation for the Westminster Hall debate. Could we start with UK GI 402764? Thank you. This is a briefing that has been prepared, and we'll come on to a question that you ask about this briefing. One of the questions that is put forward there, sorry, it's zoomed out on my screen. I don't know if it has on yours as well.
Yes, it has. My eyesight's not quite that good.
I haven't got it on screen at all, Mr. Blake.
It's just coming, sir. Thank you.
Fine.
So the second of those questions, if we scroll down, please. If it's not a horizon issue that is causing the problem, what is? 140 sub-postmasters can't be wrong. The proposed responses are 140 sub-postmasters is less than 0.03% of the total users of Horizon. There are thousands of other sub-postmasters who have not made a complaint. Reference there to investigations so far show that a large number of the problems were caused by how the sub-postmasters themselves were using Horizon. Over the page, please, if we scroll down to the second of those questions, there's a further question. Why did Post Office agree to incorporate convicted cases into the scheme if it knew it wasn't going to mediate? And one of the proposed answers there, bullet point 4, Post Office is, however, under an absolute duty to immediately disclose any information which might undermine the prosecution's case or support the case of the defendant, and the Post Office has done so where appropriate. There is no doubt in my mind that it is being particularly vigilant in this regard as it carries out its investigations. If I could now take you to the covering email, that's UKGI 0000916. Thank you. It's an email from your private office to Mr. Callard. And it says, "Hi, Richard. To be aware, ahead of this morning's briefing session, I put the submission, speech, question and answer." That's the question. I think that's the question and answer document we've just seen.
Yes, it is.
And Hooper letter to Jo overnight, and she had some comments/questions. And if we look at the Q&A, the question that's highlighted is one of those that I've just taken you to, which is why did Post Office agree to incorporate convicted cases? And it's the reference there to the disclosure duty. And it says as follows, it says, Jo feels like she needs a bit of clarity on this element of the legal process, another one to chat about today. Can you assist us? Did you get that clarity?
Yes, I definitely got more clarity. I think I now have severe questions about the accuracy of that. But I felt when I read this Q&A document that the phrase, "there is no doubt in my mind that it is being particularly vigilant in this regard," was a strong phrase. And it was, therefore, it stood out to me as potentially reassuring. But I felt that, in order to have confidence in that phrase, as I was being encouraged to say this, because the Q&A document, just so that people can understand, is in a Westminster Hall debate that is an hour and a half long, you don't know exactly what's going to come up, and you have to respond to all of the issues, or as many as you possibly can, that are raised in the debate. And so the Q&A is to help you be able to then have your answers ready to be able to, if you like, pick and mix from the different questions that come up. In addition to any speaking notes. And so it was drafted with a view that I would be able to say those words. And I felt that if I was potentially going to say those words, I needed to have a little bit more confidence in particularly vigilant. On a basic level, that the Post Office Limited had this legal duty to immediately disclose information and was complying with that duty felt uncontroversial, because that's what you would expect of any institution or public body, that they would comply with their legal duties, but particularly vigilant. I thought, well, that's good, but what is this particular vigilance? Now, I had a face-to-face briefing, as would be common with any of these debate preparations, where I would sit down with officials in advance of the debate. And that was having read the debate pack, and then rather than going through everything, we could just focus on the parts that I felt I needed to understand better. And this was one of those.
Just pausing you there, who was that meeting with?
Definitely would have included Richard Callard. I think it's likely it would have also included one or two other officials from that team. I don't think anybody from Post Office Limited would have been there. That wouldn't have been my expectation, but I can't be categorical on that part.
And what was said in relation to that passage that you had concerns about?
My memory is of being reassured. Now, I cannot tell you exactly which words were used, but I know obviously that there had been the Altman review, so I think it is likely that I was reassured by being told that a QC had examined the cases and looked at them, and there also had been, although I don't think I was briefed about it specifically, the Deloitte review. So my memory is of being reassured that independent reviews had been done that sounded very impressive and thorough and comprehensive. While I can't recall exactly which words were used, I expect that those would have been the ones that had been referred to, if not by name, then in description of what they had done.
Thank you. Could we please now turn to UKGI 0002837 and start at the bottom of the first page and into the second page. We have an email here from your private office to Mr. Callard, 16th of December, and it says, so James, I think that's James Arbuthnot, no longer plans to share his speech with us ahead of time. Apparently it's very inflammatory and he's worried about putting in an email. And it says, him and Jo had a quick catch-up in which he outlined his main asks. I understand you've got a packed day tomorrow, but grateful if you could ask the Post Office about some of those, as Jo will need to respond in her speech and would be good to know how warm she should be to those asks. We see there, for example, number 4 is he'd like Second Sight to do a briefing for members of Parliament on the scheme and its progress. Jo would like to commit to asking Tony Hooper about this. What do you think? At number 5, he would like us to ask the Post Office to stop acting as a prosecutor on these cases. If we turn to page 1, we have a response from Mr. Callard. Not surprising, re-decision not to share the speech. Just looking at the distribution list, at this stage we have Belinda Crowe and Patrick Burke, both from the Post Office, copied into this distribution list. And he says, for example, at number 4, Second Sight probably need permission from the working group. They've gone native, but I think Jo could possibly commit to asking Tony about it at the risk of putting Tony in a difficult place. Belinda/Patrick, could we have a view and a line, please? Number 5, pass over to Pol. I know they are or were a prosecuting authority, but if there has been a theft or fraud and it is in the public interest, they have no real choice. Otherwise, what's the deterrent? Anyone could put theft down to the system. Belinda, could you do a line, please? Is it odd that 2 employees of the Post Office are in this distribution list and asked to comment within a distribution list that includes a minister's private office?
I think in the first line there, it says, copy Belinda and Patrick for expediency. So I suspect that, I do think it's slightly unusual. I think the thinking, it looks like, was the debate is on the Wednesday the 17th. This is the Tuesday morning. Therefore, there's some quick turnaround required, and so it's for that reason. So I'm less looking at that now. I'm less, appalled about that particular aspect than accepting what Pol say without question, particularly in the context of what we know was being said about whether or not there was grip on the Horizon issue at the senior levels within Pol. So asking Pol for their view on some issues where they might only have the information, maybe this isn't the best way for it to be done. But the really important thing should be civil servants, probing and, making themselves confident that they have all of the information that they need and that they are doing so with a degree of, critical assessment of analysis of what they're being told.
And does this email reflect that?
No, I think this reflects a very cosy relationship.
Thank you. The Westminster Hall debate was on the 17th of December, so the day after this email. We don't need to go into what was said at the debate, but do you think that you were appropriately briefed for that debate?
At the time, I felt like I had the information I needed. I would have much preferred to have been able to meet with Sir Anthony Hooper. I was very disappointed that could not happen. I did receive a letter from him, which I was able to refer to in the debate with some basic numerical information, but that was a disappointment. But knowing what I know now, I was absolutely not properly briefed for the debate. At that point, Richard Callard knew from his presence on Project Sparrow that there had been moves afoot for 8 months by that point to reduce the role of second sight, which had never been mentioned to me. And it should have been mentioned when I returned from maternity leave. It should have been mentioned to me in the autumn when I was being briefed on this. But, even if it hadn't been mentioned then, it absolutely should have been mentioned to me when I was preparing for a Westminster Hall debate on this issue. Whereas you will see from my comments, I was still and remained and was of the view that Second Sight's report and that process was incredibly important, and I referred to that in my remarks in the debate.
Can we turn to UKGI 402896? By the 22nd of December, you have received a letter from Alan Bates, and he raises concerns in the first paragraph. He says, following the debate, I thought I should write to you once more to offer to meet with you to discuss the issues involved with this matter from the perspective of those it has affected, rather than those who seem to be so desperately trying to keep the truth from you. Can you assist us with those who advised you, what their general approach was towards letters from Alan Bates?
Well, the general approach was to draft a response. I would often only see the letter when a draft response had been put together. And those draft responses, at different times during my tenure as minister, would be either more or less sort of helpful. So in the early part of my ministerial role, there was, the Second Sight report underway, and then we had the working group recently having been set up, so there was some positive sort of engagement happening. And I think by this point, it was much less positive in terms of the drafted reply, and indeed that was delayed in being sent because the follow-up from the debate did not happen, in my view, in anything like the way that it should have done. We had a debate on the 17th of December. Sir Alan Bates wrote a letter on the 22nd of December. He was on it despite the run-up to Christmas. Immediately after the debate, I had as would normally be the case, a huddle, if you like, with my officials to try to agree some next steps. And one of the particular issues that I had, or ideas that I had suggested, was that we should extend an offer to MPs who had just been questioning me and making their points forcefully in a debate, that we should offer to them to be able to be involved in being privy to the information in the working group and the mediation process, obviously for their specific constituent, and obviously only if that specific constituent was happy with that situation. And my understanding from that huddle after the debate was that this would be taken forward by Post Office Limited in terms of them writing to each MP about the issues raised and making that offer. I remember that I had chased it in early January, I think on the 7th of January.
Let me take you to January.
Sure.
Let's move to January the 7th, UKGI 402920. The bottom email, I think, might be the one you're referring to, and it's an email from your private office to Richard Callard. Jo is asking me what the timeline for getting advice from the Post Office on the next steps following the Horizon debate would be. And the response is above. Things in train, for example, Post Office are preparing a line-by-line rebuttal. We are liaising with the Post Office to write a letter to MPs who attended the debate. We are also seeking to prepare a Mythbusters type document. And then there is a Horizon Board subcommittee at Post Office on Monday, which I'm going to, which will plot out the way forward. And we will update Jo next week when we see her. Could we please turn to UKGI 403007? We're now on the 15th of January. So another week has passed. This is an email from Mark Davies, who's the head of communications at the Post Office, emailing your private office. And he says, I'm writing to send you a note attached setting out the Post Office's detailed response to the allegations made by a number of MPs in Parliament during the Westminster Hall debate on the mediation scheme in December. You may, of course, wish to table this in Parliament. Subject to your view, we will also publish this response on our website. Now, I asked you earlier about an email where members of the Post Office were copied into a distribution list with your private office. Is it usual for a head of communications from a company like the Post Office to be emailing your private secretary and to suggest that you may wish to table something in Parliament?
I think sometimes people from Post Office Limited would contact my office if they were sending a briefing note or information. I can see that they might do that. The Director of Communications, perhaps more unusual, but I think this is probably in the context of me knowing that a note was being created by Post Office in response to the debate. So, I mean, that's not particularly concerning to me. It's a formal email. What was concerning to me at the time, I mean, I was actually pretty furious that, I mean, this is the 15th of January. The debate was on the 17th of December, right? And, like most of us, okay, yeah, took Christmas Day off and, had some time with the family. But, we're working hard. Sir Alan Bates was working hard, sending a letter on the 22nd of December. And the fact that Post Office hadn't, pulled the finger out to get this response sorted quicker than basically 4 weeks after the debate felt to me to be, ridiculous. And I remember actually, I think it was a couple of days before this, I vividly remember a kind of conversation where I was basically told that the letter still hadn't been sent. And I couldn't really understand it. And I just want to explain also why I was so interested in the concept of MPs being able to see the details
If you could explain quite briefly, because we're slightly out of time.
So one of the challenges here was trying to work out where the truth lay. So I just had a Westminster Hall debate where MPs were forcefully putting forward points on behalf of their constituents and receiving entirely different story from the Post Office. And that was very difficult for me. I couldn't go into each case and start looking through spreadsheets and try to work out, I didn't have the skill set to do that, and try to work out who was right and who was wrong. But it was clear that they couldn't both be right. And I did think that MPs being in a position where they could at least be privy to that information would result in one of two things. Either, if the Post Office were right and they had a very strong case against these sub-postmasters, that information being presented to those MPs, some of those MPs would say, fair enough, actually, I see your case. Or that would not be the case, and so the MPs would be able to respond with even more confidence that, having objectively looked at it, that wasn't, what Post Office was saying was wrong. So that was why I thought that was a particularly important intervention.
Let's turn to your response to Mr. Bates, and that is UKGI 403111. So we're now on the 28th of January. If I could read just from the first big paragraph on the first page, It ends, the system processes 6 million transactions nearly every working day. The same lines as we've seen previously, 500,000 users, etc. At the bottom, with regard to your point about Post Office taking control of the scheme and withholding information, it would seem to me that Second Sight have spent more than 2 years investigating the cases. It's rather dismissive in tone. Would you agree with that?
It clearly has quite a lot of information, but you're right that quite a chunk of that is information that was used in previous circumstances, and it's definitely not taking the letter as seriously as I think required. Now,
are you aware of who drafted that letter?
I mean, I don't know exactly. I would imagine that it would have had final sign-off by Richard Callard. It may well be that one of his team produced an earlier draft.
Knowing what you knew by that stage, do you consider that this was an appropriate response to have sent?
Well, knowing at the time, what I should have done is agree to the meeting with Sir Alan Bates. I really regret that I did not do that.
And why did you not do that? Very briefly.
I was being advised not to, from the perspective of the working group, confidentiality and different participants. And as I say, Sir Anthony Hooper declining to meet with me reinforced that perspective somewhat. On a personal note, I'd recently come back from maternity leave, the same number of waking hours. Previously, I spent almost every waking hour working, either in the ministerial brief or in the constituency, and I now had some additional responsibilities in my waking hours that needed to be fitted in. So additional meetings were not, pushing back on taking more meetings than I was being advised to do was not really top of my agenda, but I should have done so, and I do regret that.
I'm going to move on now to the termination of Second Sight. At paragraph 74 of your witness statement, I don't think we need to bring it up on screen, you refer to a table being shown to you by Mr. Callard in relation to that. If we could bring onto screen poll 00102-169. In your statement, you've said you haven't seen a copy of that table. This is a document that would have been provided to you subsequently to your statement. Is this the document that you were referring to?
I can't be certain, but not least because it was waved in front of my face rather than something that I had to look at overnight in a box. But I think it's certainly quite possible that it could have been.
So I think in your statement you said you had no idea of the risks involved in relation to ending the mediation scheme. This is a document that addresses risks, but you've described it as something that was waved in front of your face. Can you briefly assist us on what you mean by waved in front of your face?
That we were in a meeting, a verbal discussion meeting, and I think, as I say in my statement, Richard Callard said that he shouldn't be showing me this, but he briefly did show me a document, and he was giving the impression that he was being extra helpful by showing me, additional information. And it doesn't, having looked at it now, it doesn't talk about the risks of removing Second Sight. That was not the way in which it was presented to me in that meeting or subsequently in the documentation that I received.
Thank you. And let's look at the draft submission and a later submission. Can we turn to UKGI 403390? Now, this should be a document that allows us to see some track changes or some comments, and I will scroll down in a second. Let's just read. So this is a draft submission to you from Laura Thompson. Was she a member of the SHEX team?
Yes, she was.
Purpose to update you on the current state of the Post Office mediation scheme, dealing with complaints about the Horizon system, and seek your agreement to the Post Office's proposed approach in light of likely steps. And then there's a recommendation that you note the current steps and agree to the Post Office's approach. If we scroll down, we can see there's reference to Second Sight. It remains the case that there's no evidence of systemic issues with Horizon System that can cause the discrepancies. Rather, in most cases, they've been investigated. The discrepancies appear to have been caused by human error. If we go over the page, please. We can see here, this is the hidden content. So these are the comments in comment boxes on the draft. And it's in relation to that first part that I took you to, the part about seeking your agreement. And the comment there is, are we seeking her agreement? And Mr. Callard says, probably not at this stage. Think it is more of a citing submission. And if she objects, she would no doubt say, and it's not her scheme. What is your view on that?
They should have sought my agreement. It was a very significant issue and a very significant change. And this draft document on the 25th of February, which was ultimately sent to me on the 4th of March, was markedly different from what finally was sent to me.
And perhaps we could scroll down over to the next page. We can see some passages that don't ultimately appear. It's paragraph 9, I think, that you've highlighted in your statement, where it says the advantages of the approach, that is mediating all cases remaining in the scheme and releasing Second Sight from their engagement with the Post Office, is that it renders the whole of the working group redundant and it reduces the scope for Second Sight or the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance to continue to broaden the scope of the scheme. However, it will need careful handling with both participants and the media to avoid the implication that the Post Office are seeking to hide the truth or gag Second Sight. And if we scroll down to the bottom of the page, there is another part that ultimately comes out, which is we therefore recommend supporting the Post Office's proposed approach, but it might get choppy. If we scroll over the page, paragraph 14, it says there, whether leaked or not, the Second Sight final report will give the Post Office a hook to determine that it's time to amend the terms of Second Sight's engagement and limit their involvement to reviewing the specific individual cases remaining in the scheme. Post Office are considering optimal timing, including a preemptive strike. Could we please turn now to UKGI, I think it's 6032. This is the final version of that submission. We also have it, I don't need to bring it up, but we also have it at UKGI 000141168. So can you assist us with how the final version causes you concerns?
So the initial version was going to ask for my agreement for the changes that were being made by Paul to close the working group and mediate all cases. But the version that I received does not ask me to agree it. It asks me to note those changes. Then it directs me to agree about not telling Parliament about this by written ministerial statement, but that this is a finely balanced decision. And that sort of screams, this is the bit you need to look at, worry about whether or not to lay a written ministerial statement. The reference to Second Sight in the initial version talks about limiting their involvement, discusses about it getting choppy, that they might be considered to have been gagged. And the version that I received does mention very briefly that their engagement would be terminated, but in the context of that being a kind of natural consequence of the ending of the working group, and that their ongoing engagement would be there in terms of being funded to investigate individual cases and also to complete their report. There is nothing that is mentioned about them being asked to destroy documents. And the comments, there's also a comment where one of the civil servants speculates whether or not we should just ask me to consider whether my commitments to Parliament have been met, because it would free us from having to worry about it. which I thought was rather disrespectful to Parliament and to therefore the constituents of the members of Parliament. You know, obviously civil servants should be taking very seriously commitments that ministers have made to Parliament. Now, in the end, they did produce that information. I mean, it's a total changing of this submission. So from reading this, did I know that Post Office were going to end the working group, mediate all cases apart from criminal cases that would then be referred to the Criminal Cases Review Commission? Yes, I knew that. But did they tell me that they were going to sack Second Sight and make them destroy documents? No. Did they tell me that actually they'd been discussing limiting and reducing the rule of Second Sight for the previous, 10 months or so? No. If they had said that, would I have responded differently? Yes. And do I think that's why they didn't put that information in the submission? Also, yes.
Thank you. There's one final document that I'm going to ask you about, and I'll show you a couple of emails that relate to the way that it became drafted. It's Pol 00132580, and it is a letter to yourself from Paula Venables, dated the 9th of March 2015. You've said in your statement this was something that you requested, is that correct?
Yes, so I did agree to make the written ministerial statement that I was advised not to make, and that the best way to do that would be to be making a ministerial statement, including a letter from Paula Venables, and that was a common way of making a ministerial statement, to be able to bring information into the official records of Parliament.
And the letter says as follows: I'm pleased to say that Post Office Limited has now completed investigations into all the individual cases put forward for consideration in the scheme. Furthermore, again, I'm pleased to confirm that no evidence has been found through these investigations of any system-wide issues with Horizon. As a result, Post Office has now decided to put forward for mediation all cases remaining in the scheme, except those that have been subject to a previous court ruling. This will accelerate the conclusion of the scheme in the interests of the applicants and ensure that we fulfil the commitments we made to them at the outset. It says the Post Office will also continue to seek to make an independent review by forensic accountant Second Sight available to applicants where that has not already been provided. And over the page, please. This is one of the key paragraphs that I'm going to briefly be asking you about. For those applicants who have been subject of court rulings, two important points need to be drawn out. Firstly, we will continue to consider each of these cases carefully on a case-by-case basis, even though mediation cannot overturn a court's ruling. Secondly, as a prosecutor, Post Office has a continuing duty after a prosecution has concluded to disclose immediately any information that subsequently comes to light which might undermine its prosecution case or support the case of the defendant. Having now completed its reinvestigation of each of the cases, Post Office has found no reason to conclude that any original prosecution was unsafe. Applicants remain able to pursue the normal legal avenues open to them to appeal court rulings with any further material disclosed to them, including that produced through the scheme. If we scroll down towards the end, it says the approach set out above will help bring the mediation process to a conclusion earlier than envisaged. One of the consequences of our presumption in favour of mediating is, as many cases as possible, that it brings to an end the role of the working group. And I'd just like to take you through the process by which that was drafted. If we look at Pol 00386985, we can see there that Mr. Davis, the Communications and Corporate Affairs Director at the Post Office, circulates internally a draft. We then see at Pol 00223650 an amendment to the draft. Thank you. If we scroll down, we can see from Mr. Williams, he makes 2 points. The 4th paragraph, final sentence, change it to the Post Office will also continue to seek to make an independent review available, etc. We may not be able to actually deliver the independent review once second sight are terminated. And then 5th paragraph, final sentence, to having now completed its reinvestigation of each of the cases, Post Office has found no reason to conclude that any original prosecution was unsafe. We should avoid talking about appeals which have not yet been made. And we can actually see in track changes that change. Could we please turn to poll 0022361? Thank you. This is the amended draft, and if we turn to the second page, please, the end of the 1st paragraph, we can see that track change. So it originally said, however, Post Office has not seen any evidence that it believes would lead to a successful appeal, and that is now amended to, having now completed its reinvestigation of each of the cases, Post Office has found no reason to conclude that any original prosecution was unsafe. And we saw that form of words in the letter that was tabled before Parliament. Can you assist us with what your understanding of that was at the time?
So, having received this letter, which, without having seen the track changes, is a very specific, confident, robust letter that says, you know, we've investigated, we've looked at this, we've got this duty to disclose, immediately any information that comes to light would be disclosed, and of course there's all these avenues for appeal, and you know, there's no reason to conclude that any original prosecution was unsafe. That, to me, felt very reassuring, and I just want to be clear as well that this was not only a set of assurances that were given to me in writing. These were assurances that Paula Venables delivered to me in person, you know, across the table, looking me in the eye and telling me that there was no problem, that they had investigated, that they had not found anything that would cause concern, which I cannot square with that email that I have now seen that she sent in October 2013 that says that she is, you know, her concern is about an unsafe witness. And their obligations of disclosure, you know, so she knew about the Clark advice and the lack of credibility of the key witness that they had relied on for so many prosecutions. I mean, I consider that she did not tell me that at the time in the summer and autumn of 2013 to be massively problematic, nor at any point in the subsequent 18 months, in any of our catch-ups, in any of the submissions that I received, and that she would sit and look me in the eye and give me those assurances and then put that in writing. You know, it just beggars belief, because she knew that there were problems with convictions and the safety thereof, because she had been told that in the Clark memo. And I got this letter, and I did take it at face value. I believed the assurances. And, you know, in that first briefing note, where I met with Alice Perkins and Paula Venables in 2012, one of the bullet points, which I remember because it was unusual, was that Paula Venables is also an ordained vicar, right? And so she was sitting there, yes, as the chief exec of a national organisation, national company, but she was also sitting there with the moral authority, you know, of somebody who was a minister of the cloth, right? Not of some kind of, you know, slick chief executive who seemed to care only about profit. I believed her. I believed her.
Could we please, I did say that was the final document, but just one more document. It's UKGI 404006. And we can deal with this quite quickly. If we start on page 3, we see on page 3, on the 20th of March 2015 now, there is a request from yourself in respect of, you had been told, I think, that it wasn't appropriate to receive a copy of Second Sight's report. I think that was, if we turn to page 2, we can see that you had challenged that. And at the
Multiple times.
bottom of that page, that email from Laura Thompson, she says, our advice remains that government should not receive a copy of the report. The revised drafting emphasises 2 points. It'll be sent to the post office. It doesn't relate to the operation of the Horizon system, but rather relates to issues which will be operational matters for the post office. Now, we started today on the distinguishing between operational matters and what were not operational matters. Do you think that the second site report that isn't being provided to you here, do you think that's an operational matter or something else?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to know, having not received it, obviously. But I think clearly this is an issue where there is significant concern in Parliament and more broadly in the public, many sub-postmasters. And the Select Committee in Parliament has recommended that government receive a copy. I remember an earlier piece of correspondence, I think to Sir Ellen Bates, where I was asked to sign off that the government cannot compel its publication, nor would we do so. And I remember challenging that and saying, well, hang on, if we could compel it, I think I would compel it to be published. Can we compel it? And I was told, no, we can't. And then they said because of the confidentiality, which, you know, I accepted. But the confidentiality argument falls apart with the provision of it to government as the shareholder. So I felt that that was an important report that should be received by government.
Thank you. Finally, it might be suggested that politicians are coming to this inquiry, finding it very easy to blame the post office, very easy to blame civil servants, but don't look enough at their own roles. What do you think you did to contribute to the scandal?
There's various things that I wish I had done differently, as I set out in my witness statement. I should have met with Sir Ellen Bates. I wished I'd asked to meet with Second Sight directly. I wish on a couple of occasions I had pushed more and probed more. And one of those was when I was told that the Post Office was changing their prosecution policy. And I wasn't told that in a formal briefing. It was off the cuff. And I think my response at the time was kind of relief and about time. But actually, I wish I'd asked more questions at that point because I suspect that there were reasons for that. And if ultimately, if Post Office had been frank about that advice that they'd received, which I'm sure must be why they changed their prosecution policy about the unsafe witness, I mean, years of anguish could have been saved for sub-postmasters. Justice could have been years earlier if that Clark memo had been properly acted upon at the time. And I didn't know about it, and I wish I had. And I'm just really sorry that I asked lots of questions and it wasn't enough.
Thank you. So it's 1 o'clock. There are unlikely to be many significant questions from anybody. I'm just looking around the room to see if there are. Yes, there is one question from, one question from Paula Venables' legal team and also from Mr. Jacobs. I anticipate it will be around 10 minutes in total. It's a matter for you, so whether we...
No, I think if it is 10 minutes, obviously it's sensible to complete it, subject to the transcriber being happy to do that, and then subject to having a reasonable break for lunch.
Yes. So looking around the room, I think it may actually be sensible if we take lunch. Might it be possible perhaps to come back at 10 to 2?
Yeah. Before we take lunch, Ms. Swinson, that there are references in your witness statement to you being aware that the Criminal Cases Review Commission became involved. But unless I've missed it, I can't actually discern an approximate time when you first knew that. Can you help me with that?
Of course, Sir Wyn. My understanding of the CCRC's involvement was around the point where I was being told that they were going to close the working group and that Paul had decided to do that. and they
So
didn't.
this is 2015, basically.
Yes, and I now know that there was separate CCRC correspondence, but I don't recall knowing that at the time, and I haven't seen anything to suggest that I was briefed on that. It did seem to me in the discussions about the working group understandable that if a criminal conviction has been reached and that needs to be overturned, that needs to go through a proper judicial process, which is why the CCRC involvement to me seemed reasonable as a mechanism to deliver that element of the redress that was being sought by people who felt that they had been wronged.
Fine, thank you. So I've taken up a minute. Mr. Blake, what time shall we resume?
If we could come back at 10 to 2, because we finish early today.
Fine, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Leake is going to ask the first question.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Swinson. Just one issue. I represent Paula Venables. You said this morning that Ms. Venables, and I quote, knew about the clerk advices. Just one point arising from that. Are you aware that there is no evidence to suggest that Ms. Venables was ever shown either of the Simon Clark advices by Susan Crichton or any other post office lawyer before she left the post office?
In preparing for the inquiry, I've been shown an email from October 2013 where Paula Venables emails Alice Perkins, I think before going on leave, and I don't know if we have
Yes.
have the specific wording, but so I may not remember precisely, but it basically says along the lines of, my concern about Horizon or Sparrow is our obligations of disclosure regarding an unsafe witness, which to me says that she knows that there was an unsafe witness and therefore is referring to the Clark advice. Now, if she...
Let me stop you there. Is it right to say then the extent of your knowledge about what Paula Venables was told is based on that particular email?
Well, she certainly didn't tell me about it, and I wish she had.
Yes, but
and she should have
I'm
done.
trying to
Yes, it's
explore
that
with
email,
you what you knew about what she had been told about the Simon Clark advices, and I want to establish, is that based solely on that email?
From that email,
Yes.
to me it's clear she knew of the at least existence of the Clark advice, and I would have thought that any chief executive being given information of that level would have asked to then see the document on which that came from.
Are you aware
But
she was
I don't know if she did or didn't.
Right, so you don't know that she was not given a copy of the Simon Clark advice. The entirety of your knowledge is based on that email between Paula Venables and Alice Perkins.
I don't know if she asked for the Clark advice. I know that she must have known about its existence, because where else would she have got that information about the unsafe witness?
No, I just want to establish, it's not a difficult question, the extent of your knowledge is based on the email that you're referring to.
Yes, and that email, I think,
Thank
speaks for
you.
itself.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Swinson. Hello. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters and mistresses who were ill-treated by the post office in this scandal. Paragraph 131 of your statement, you say you felt that instead of being provided with the important information on post office's motivations and plans in a timely way, there's no need to turn it up, I was kept at arm's length and was being managed. Does that sum up your general experience in the way that you were briefed on the Horizon issue, being kept at arm's length and managed?
Yes, I think that is what was happening. That's what they were attempting to do. I did ask and probe on lots of different elements of this, but the advice was, as you will see from the documents, very clear, always to encourage me that this was an operational matter, and then reassurances provided in various ways.
Thank you. And you've given two examples of cases where you weren't properly informed. You say that you weren't told that Second Sight were to be sacked, bound by confidentiality and records destroyed, and you would have objected strongly if you'd known. And you also talk about you weren't told that the chief executive was considered to be unfit to do the job. And in relation to that last point, you've described the manoeuvrings of the shareholder executive this morning as Orwellian. Is that right?
I think in the specific case that I used that language, it was about them knowing that the post office was changing its position on how it engaged with the mediation scheme, and then telling me that other people were trying to reinterpret the terms of reference. And I think another example would be, there was a select committee on the 3rd of February. You know, I asked about the outcome of that select committee, what happened, could I be, given information about that, and I was basically told there was nothing unexpected. Okay. I think that would be another example when Second Sight actually said they were concerned about unsafe prosecutions, where I should have been given information having asked for a readout of the select committee.
That's very helpful, thank you. In your evidence, you've confirmed, I think, that Richard Callard was one of the people who kept you out of the loop. And you've given examples, and we've heard, him writing, "I want to get her in the right place" on Sparrow. I don't want to ask you about him. Those clients that we have are interested to know which of the senior individuals within the shareholder executive you blame, in addition to Mr. Callard, for the state of affairs that led to you being kept at arm's length and managed in this way. And I'm going to give you some names. Will Gibson, Mike Whitehead, Peter Batter, Laura Thompson, and Tim McInnes. Now, I give you those names because those are the names that feature in the documents that we've been referred to in your evidence. There may be some other individuals. So do you think those individuals are to blame, and to what extent?
So I have been specific in my criticism of Mr. Callard, and part of the reason for that, rather than generally naming lots of civil servants, is that from the documents I've seen, I can now know that he was on that Sparrow subcommittee, and so I have good reason to believe he knew things that he wasn't telling me. What I don't know about those other officials is how much of their information was therefore reliant on what Richard Callard was telling them, or indeed questions they were asking of Post Office Limited, which is why I would be reluctant to go into a more, detailed kind of naming. But because of that specific role on the board, I have information that Richard Callard knew about things. And I would just reiterate what I said earlier on, that my general experience of dealing with civil servants is that they were public-spirited, they were diligent in doing their jobs. I think this seems to me to have been exceptional. That's one of the reasons why I find it so shocking. This is an issue that affected so many people, and the only way ministerial oversight could operate properly on that is with, frank and full advice. And that's why I'm angry that that was not provided, because it had so many impacts on real lives.
I think you said at the conclusion of your evidence in your statement, no need to turn it up, at paragraphs 146 to 148, that there are a number of recommendations that you make. One of the things that you say is that the solution to the way arm's length government-owned bodies are viewed and looked at and checked by the government might be a cultural solution. And my final question for you is, from your experiences, were there any cultural problems within the shareholder executive that you want to tell the inquiry about today?
To be clear, I don't think a cultural solution is sufficient, but I also am supportive of the suggestions that have come out, for example, about the duty of candour. But I would also say that any official duty like that being put in will also not be sufficient without the right culture in place. And I do think there was a different culture in Shecs that was not of the usual civil service culture, which, as I say, I found was generally a very helpful one that was focused on the public good. And I think while there is a need, obviously, to have relevant commercial experience when you're dealing with companies, actually that mindset of public service is an incredibly important part of what needs to be present in all civil servants, even when dealing on commercial matters. And I think that's the cultural element that is important to instill.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Swinson, I've just got a hypothetical for you. Let's assume that we're back in 2014 and the documents which related to the appraisal of Paula Vennell's ability to carry on as chief executive had in fact been drawn to your attention, all right? And let us assume that you had been persuaded of the validity of some of those criticisms. Would it actually have been your decision as to whether she would have been invited to leave the organization? Or if not, how would the decision have been made?
I certainly don't think it would have solely rested with me,
Right.
because I think Vince Cable would have rightly been involved in that decision. I do not know if it would have been I mean, something like that would not have been on, the whim of the Secretary of State. So I would imagine that would have been in discussion with the board. But had those concerns been drawn to my attention when I returned from maternity leave, then that would have been a conversation with Vince. It would have presumably been conversations with other, with the officials from Shecs, and then potentially with the rest of the Post Office board. It would have totally changed the view on whether it made sense to, appoint somebody else in terms of, a strong CFO. There would have been a lot of things that were different, and of course, assurances given by Paula Venables about Horizon in that context would have been viewed very differently.
Yeah, I'm not actually seeking to inquire into Ms. Venables herself. I was really concerned about the process. So if I summarised it in this way, that it would have come to you in the first instance, but ultimately it would also have gone to the Secretary of State. There would have been wide consultation, and would I be right in then adding that ultimately it would have been a decision of the Secretary of State?
That's my understanding.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So
nothing else, Mr. Blake?
We do. We have some brief questions from Ms. Patrick and Ms. Watt.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry to have jumped in. I assumed that was it. Sorry.
Yeah, apologies for the technical difficulty of my... If Miss Watt wants to go first, I'll try. There we go, sorry. Actually, there we go. Hi, Ms Swinson, my name's Angela Patrick. I also act for a number of sub-postmasters. You can see Mrs Hamilton to my left and Mr Brentall to my right. We have, sorry, Mr Brentall, I apologise. Got one of my clients' names wrong there. Ms Swinson, I apologise for the break there with the technical difficulty. I only want to look at one document, and it's the document Mr Blake spoke to you about this morning, the Fujitsu document, where you said you prompted yourself to reframe your decision and your reaction in more parliamentary language. I don't think we need to bring it up, but I'll give the reference so that we can have it in case we need to look at it. It's FUJ 20174-179. And we don't really need to look at it, I don't think. You said, and you've admitted, you wished you'd spoken to Second Sight, you wished you'd spoken to Mr Bates. Just to be absolutely clear, you didn't speak to Second Sight before the ministerial statement on the 2nd of July 2013.
No, I did not.
And you said you couldn't recall Leslie Sewell being in the room, but there were many officials. I want to ask you about a few other names to see if it might jog your memory. Roderick Williams?
I'm not sure.
Susan Crichton?
I'm afraid I don't know.
And you've given us your reaction about finding out about information that was communicated in the clerk advice. But I just want to ask, if anyone in that room or elsewhere in Post Office knew about bugs, the unsafe witness issue, or that Fujitsu had remote access to Post Office branches, was any of that information that ought to have been briefed up to you before you took to your feet on the 9th of July?
And just to be clear, you said bugs, the remote access issue, and you said one other thing.
The unsafe witness
the unsafe
issue.
Witness issue. So certainly not on the unsafe witness issue, and certainly not on remote access.
No, I think we're at cross purposes. I'm not saying was it briefed up to you.
All right.
If they knew, should it have been briefed up to you?
Yes, I believe so. The remote access issue would have been quite a technical element, but given how important it was, then yes, I think the significance of that should have been. The issue of bugs, I would just to be clear, within the Second Sight report, obviously in July 2013, it was recognised that there were some anomalies, and indeed in my statement to the House, I mentioned that no IT system is entirely bug-free, but what's important is that if something like that is identified, that it is rectified, and my understanding was that that had been what had happened. Indeed. Obviously, that was my understanding based on what I'd been told, but that turned out not to be the case.
Indeed. In your recollection of that group that was huddled in your room, you were being briefed in a hurry for the debate, and the conduct of the Post Office may have been criticised by MPs. Was it a briefing, in your recollection, where both the Post Office and Shecs officials were present?
My recollection is not that clear, but I think it's entirely possible. And having seen the email, perhaps there was somebody from Paul there. As I say, given the urgency of the timing, if there was going to be any points that we needed Paul to confirm or explain, that's possible. But I'm sorry, I can't be more categorical because it was a long time ago and a lot of people in a room.
In a circumstance where you've got an arm's length body that might be subject to criticism by MPs, is there any prospect that that would be a cause for concern for you, that you're being briefed by both the body that might be criticised and the individual officials?
I mean, in order for me to be able to answer the questions from MPs, I would need to understand what Paul's response would be. And obviously, I can only really get that from Paul directly. Obviously, that could come via officials. And in the normal mode of written submissions, that's how I would expect it to work. But in a very time-limited scenario where a debate is happening, if I've got a question and I say, well, hang on, what's happened here? What's the position on this particular area?
I appreciate
My
that.
officials might not know. And so, yes, I wouldn't find it very unusual in that scenario to necessarily have somebody from Paul there.
And who would you rely on to give you an independent view in those kinds of circumstances where an arm's length body might be criticised in a debate?
Well, I mean, obviously, the officials you would hope would have some ability to, have a probing. And indeed, if I was, in a conversation with somebody from Paul, I was doing that myself, right? I wasn't just saying, oh, right, you say that. I would then potentially be able to ask a follow-up question to them to get the understanding. I think in the case of Paul, I had a number of arm's length bodies that I was engaging with as a minister. In the case of Paul, I suppose I felt that we almost had a better opportunity to make sure we got really good information because there was a Ned on the board who was actually a civil servant, so we should have more information.
Stop you there a minute. Sorry. You would have asked questions, but in this occasion you hadn't read the second sight report, had you?
Well, I cannot categorically say that I had read it in full. I may have scanned it at that point. I had a debate pack, 3 debate packs in my box the previous evening, and I had been reading as much as I could for all of those debates.
And were you relying on the officials in those circumstances to ensure that you were getting an independent view?
Yes, the officials would be providing policy advice, and there would be a very strong view that what I was being told by officials was factually accurate.
And if we look at that message back to the context there, rightly or wrongly, looking at that conversation within Fujitsu that you wouldn't have seen, would you expect a ministerial briefing being given in the context where an arm's length body was possibly going to be criticised in Parliament to be fed back to a third-party contractor who themselves might be subject to criticism?
I can see that it probably wouldn't have been my expectation at the time that the content of the conversation that I would have had with officials, which I would have expected was a kind of private conversation to understand the issues. So I wouldn't necessarily have expected that to be reported back to somebody else.
Just to be absolutely clear, were you told that Fujitsu were going to be briefed on your briefing?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swinson. I have no other questions for you.
Thank you.
I appear for the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. Just get it into each other's view. Thank you. Throughout your witness statement, you referenced the briefings that you got and the meetings that you had with George Thompson, who at the material time of Horizon was the General Secretary of the NFSP. And the inquiry's heard what he has to say about it all. We also saw a document this morning which said both the NFSP and the Communication Workers Union had expressed confidence in Horizon. So doubtless you took reassurance from these positions? I think nodding, I think.
Yes, sorry. I did, and my experience of dealing with both the NFSP and the CWU during my time as Minister was that neither organisation was shy about being critical where they didn't agree with something. So yes, I did take some reassurance from the fact that they were positive about Horizon.
So I just want to ask you a couple of questions then around the Crown Post Offices and the Post Office's own employees. So thinking about this, Last month, the inquiry heard evidence from Tony Cairns of the CWU that there were approximately 9,000 post office employees working at Crown post offices and using Horizon through that relevant period, and likely they would have been union members, so roughly the same as the membership of the NFSP at the time. He didn't have figures for Crown Office employee prosecutions, accepted there was some increase, and thought that some employees probably simply left employment when faced with shortfalls. So perhaps a bit of a different picture as compared to the sub-postmasters. So you've sort of anticipated some of what I'm going to ask. Can you say what sort of engagement you had with the CWU and if they ever raised Horizon with you?
I met with CWU regularly, but not as frequently as with the NFSP. I would maybe a couple of times a year, but I can't be certain without access to those diary records. And I don't recall Horizon being raised by CWU, but it's hard to be absolutely categorical. But most of the discussions with CWU focused around some of the transformation in the Crown estate and the network transformation plans there, and some of their concerns about that.
So thinking about what you were coming to know and had in fact been put before you in relation to the issues about Horizon, although focused on sub-postmasters, did you ever ask them about the Crown Office employees, and were you not concerned about Horizon and how it might be affecting effectively civil servants, the state's own employees?
I don't think I proactively asked the CWU about it. I do remember one conversation with George Thompson from NFSP, but I can't tell you exactly when that was. And it's interesting in noting the figures that you set out, because in terms of, you're right, it's probably a similar number, but actually at the time, that wasn't the way that I conceived of it, because I probably would have considered that NFSP had the vast majority of branches, and then there was a much smaller number of Crown offices, though obviously larger branches. So they weren't raising it, and it wasn't something which I proactively raised with them, to my memory.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions. Our plan is to all stay in the room while there is a change of witness.
Right, that's fine. So thank you very much, Ms. Swinson, for making a detailed witness statement and for answering a good many questions today, this morning, and into this afternoon. I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you very much, and for all of your work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
We're about to hear from Dame Moya Greene.
Yeah.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Please could you state your full name?
Moya Marguerite Greene.
Thank you for attending the inquiry today to give evidence, and also thank you for the detailed witness statement that you have provided. I want to go to that first. It should be in front of you. For the purpose of the record, it's WITN 1031010. Now, before I ask you to look at your signature, there's two minor clarification points to make. Could we please have page 21, paragraph 59 of the statement on the screen? It's the last sentence. You say the formal separation agreement was signed on 1st April 2012, and I understand you wish to clarify that to the fact that the formal separation agreement was signed in January 2012 and formal separation itself took place on the 1st of April 2012 with further services between the companies ceasing thereafter.
That's correct.
And on the same theme, can we turn to page 40, please? Paragraph 119, you say a few months later, on 3rd April 2012, 2 days after the signing of the formal separation agreement, and that, I understand, should read 2 days after formal separation.
That is correct.
Thank you. That document can come down for the time being. Dame Moya, can I ask you please to turn to page 54 of your statement. Do you see a signature?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
And are the facts in that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
That stands as your evidence to the inquiry. It will be published on the inquiry's website shortly. I'm going to ask you some questions about it. I'm not going to ask you questions on everything, but just a few of the key points. I'll start with your background. You spent the first part of your career in the Canadian Civil Service, rising to work in the Privy Council office.
That is correct.
You then served as Assistant Deputy Minister at Transport Canada between 1991 and 1996.
That is correct.
Following that, you held various roles in the private sector, including being President and CEO of Canada Post Corporation between 2005 and 2010.
That is correct.
And in 2010, you became Chief Executive of Royal Mail.
Correct.
And that's what I'm going to focus my questions on now. First, a few very broad questions on your responsibility as CEO. Would you accept that ultimate executive accountability for the operation of Royal Mail, the group, rested with you?
Yes.
Would you agree that identifying, analysing and managing risk is an important part of the executive running of a company?
Yes.
In fact, it goes to the heart of the company executive. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when running a group of companies, considering risk also means considering risk to the subsidiaries?
Yes.
Please, could we bring up your statement? It's page 10, paragraph 28. Thank you. Here we see from the title talking about subsidiaries and group companies. And you say the risks associated with the subsidiary entity, such as Post Office, whether these were legal, IT or finance related, would be reported to, it says ARC, that's Audit and Risk Committee, and updates provided to the Royal Mail boards where significant risks were identified or were sufficiently material to impact the financials of the group. You're distinguishing there significant risks and risks that were sufficiently material to impact the financials of the group. What types of significant risks there will you have in mind? Could you give any examples?
Yes, we had a very big pension deficit. We had a very large pension program, and the deficit ranged between 4 and 12 billion pounds, depending upon assumptions and time. So that was a very significant risk. We had cash risks in the Royal Mail. There were times when, there were genuine worries that we just did not have enough cash for the operation. We had major risks in the operation. Having had a very good modernization plan, it was difficult to implement it. That was a very big risk for the Royal Mail Group. Those were sort of three major risks. We had a regulatory framework that was archaic and out of date, and we needed a new approach entirely. That was another major risk for Royal Mail going forward, given a very different competitive environment. So those would be 4 examples.
We heard from some witnesses from UKGI and the shareholder executive last week, and saw risk registers that they used. And on those risk registers, they included some reputational risks. Would significant reputational risks be something that a subsidiary should report to its parent company?
Yes. The only hesitation I have is that at that time, 2010 to 2012, we were just actually starting to bear down on the establishment of risk management frameworks. But yes, generally I would agree, if there is a very big reputational risk, it should be reported.
And what about the risk that a subsidiary has pursued a prosecution that has potentially resulted in an unsafe conviction?
I think it depends on the scale, if that would be considered a material risk.
Just pausing there, when you say scale, is that referring to numbers or type of conviction?
Numbers, type of conviction, what steps the company is taking to make sure that it doesn't happen again. It just depends. It's only a reputational risk if it bears on how people view the organization going forward.
So, when we had, as I say, the significant risk and the sufficiently material risk to impact the board's financials, I think what you're saying is, when you're referring to significant risk, it still has to be material to the group itself to be reported up from the subsidiary.
I wouldn't be categoric about that, Mr. Stevens. As I said, we were just getting started on the establishment of risk registers and the processes that you put in place, bottom up, top down, to try to identify where the risks were, sifting through to understand what was the scale of the risk. But, by and large, an audit and risk committee would focus on the big risks, and these would be the material risks.
As part of this forming the risk register, as you say, do you recollect, did you ever see on the risk register for Royal Mail or any of its subsidiaries risks relating to the prosecution of sub-postmasters?
No, I don't recall seeing that.
I want to now look at some of the issues relating to IT that were funnelled through the, or potentially funnelled through the ARC. Please could we start with poll 3030217. So this is a Ernst & Young document. It's a management letter for the year ending 27th March 2011. Do you recall seeing this document whilst in post at Royal Mail?
No, it has been provided to from the inquiry to me.
And when the inquiry provided it to you, did you read it?
Yes.
Broadly, would you have expected to be made aware of a letter such as this in your position as Chief Executive of Royal Mail?
Not in detail. The relationship with our external auditors was really primarily with our Chief Financial Officer, Matthew Lester. He and I had a very close working relationship, so any big issues that our outside auditors, E&Y, would have had, he would have told me about. But I wouldn't expect to be told in detail about the management letter for the post office.
Can we look, please, at page 3? It's the executive summary. And it says the main area we would encourage management focus on in the current year is improving the IT governance and control environment. Within the IT environment, our audit work has identified weaknesses, mainly relating to the control environment operated by Post Office's third-party IT suppliers. Our key recommendations can be summarised into the following 4 areas: improve governance of outsourcing application management, improve segregation of duties within the managed change process, strengthen the change management process, and strengthen the review of privileged access. We also encourage management to continue to enhance the legal and compliance review framework to manage risks in relation to regulatory compliance associated with financial services activities. Now, in a moment, we're going to look at some ARC meetings, and I'll ask you about how this was discussed. Before I move on to that, though, I want to ask about one specific part of the matters that were identified. Could we turn to page 23, please? This is just to orientate ourselves. We can see that the title is Current Year Recommendations IT Specific. And it gives a series of recommendations, which I don't need to take you through. Could we please go to page 31? In the table at the bottom line, we see it talking about review of privileged access to IT functions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we go over the page, it starts with PolSAP, which is a back-end system that I'm not going to ask you about. But if we go forward, please. HNGX, which we now know as Horizon Online. That HNGX at the time presumably would have been a phrase of which you were aware.
Actually, I don't recall it, and it has only been raised at Royal Mail board minutes that you've provided a couple of times, but I, of course, now know what HNGX means, Horizon Online.
Presumably you were aware at the time that Post Office was rolling out a new front-end accounting software system?
Yes, generally.
So this this point says, there are inappropriate system privileges assigned to the AppSup role and system manager role at the Oracle database level on the branch database server, BDB, supporting HNGX. And it goes on to describe some more, what it describes as inappropriate privileged access. We've heard a lot about AppSup at the inquiry and generally about remote access. At this point in time, 2011, 2012, that period, were you made aware in any detail of Fujitsu's ability remotely to access branch accounts in the Horizon IT system?
No, I was not. However, in the minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee, it was raised, and it was raised, I think, at the initiative of our chairman, Donald Bryden, but it was raised in a way that was put in the context of Fujitsu not really being prepared for the audit in the previous year. And a lot of work had to be done by our outside auditor to make up for that. So it was raised in a slightly different context, and it certainly was not emphasized.
With hindsight, looking back now, is it the type of detail that you would have expected to be raised at the ARC committee at group level?
That's hard to say. We had so many very big technology risks. As I mentioned in my statement, the Royal Mail technology estate was archaic, complex. We could not really go forward with the modernization program as planned without the ability to improve it. So I am not sure, Mr. Stevens, that this access issue that came up in the context, in a much larger context of the audit work that had been done for the 10-11 year, would have received that kind of emphasis. The technology estate in the Royal Mail Group needed to be completely revamped. So I don't know how much emphasis this particular, and what we see now, very important point would have been given.
Can we look, please, at RMG 6083? So this is Royal Mail Group paper for the, we see date ARC, so it's for the Audit and Risk Committee on the 8th of December 2011. The author and sponsor is Chris Day, the Chief Financial Officer of Post Office. Contributors include Leslie Sewell and Rod Ismay. And its title is Update on Post Office Limited, Horizon Controls and Relationship with Fujitsu. If we could turn the page, please. In fact, sorry, to page 3. It says IT controls and SAS 70 assurance. Earlier, when you were referring to audit, in a discussion at the ARC, were you referring to that SAS 70 assurance?
That is correct.
It also says this in the middle: a number of IT control issues were identified during the 2010-11 year-end audit, which were largely centred on Fujitsu. Overall, Ernst & Young was satisfied that the control systems were reliable, but they made certain recommendations in the management letter following the audit for improvements which have been implemented. The IT control issues identified during the audit did not relate to the integrity of accounting data in the system. Rather, Ernst & Young made recommendations about the documentation and authorization of changes to systems and about opportunities for streamlined assurance. And if we go to page 6, please. Don't need to cover the whole of the paper. But at the bottom of the page, please. Talks about the annual audit by Ernst & Young. It says, however, after additional control testing, Ernst & Young confirmed that they were able to place reliance on the existing systems controls. Nevertheless, they suggested certain improvements which could be made, mainly relating to access. Now, Do you have any recollection of reading this paper at the time?
I don't have any recollection of reading it, and but what I would say is that it's a very reassuring paper. And so in previous minutes, and again, I don't have any specific recollection of it, the minutes report that our outside auditor was annoyed that they had to do a lot of extra work on their own initiative because Fujitsu did not seem to be ready to do the kind of work that was expected in a year-end audit. And as a result, E&Y did the work. They tested the systems and they tested the control environment. They made a lot of recommendations for improvement, but they were able to reassure the board and the Audit and Risk Committee that they were satisfied that there was integrity in the data that was being used for the purposes of financial reporting. So it's in a context where what anyone would draw from it was that there was a problem with the audit readiness of Fujitsu, but, and these things definitely needed to be corrected, but that it was not problematic in terms of the integrity of the data that had been used in the audit for the purpose of financial reporting. And if I, had focused on it, that's what I would have drawn from it.
I want to come to the meeting at which this was discussed shortly, but can we also look at another point raised in page 7? We see it talks about challenges to Horizon, and we know by this point Post Office had received at least 5 letters of claim in the access law Shoesmith related matter.
I only read 4.
It may only have said
Okay.
we don't need to worry with it.
Okay.
It received some letters.
We did, yeah, not, but it was, again, vastly understated relative to what was the scale of the issue, but yes.
Post Office Limited has, over the years, had to dismiss and prosecute a number of sub-postmasters and Crown staff following financial losses in branches. Presumably by this time, so in December 2011, you were already aware of Post Office's involvement in prosecuting sub-postmasters.
Mr. Stevens, I don't remember that, but I have read the documents, and I don't know how much I would have focused on that issue at that time, because as I mentioned to you, when it came to our audit committee, it came at the initiative of our chairman, who had read Private Eye's article and activated the audit and risk oversight of this matter. And from the reading of the documents that you've provided, it doesn't come across as an issue anywhere near the scale that the issue was. So in answer to your question, I don't know if I would have focused on that.
My question was slightly different. My question was if you knew of Post Office's involvement in prosecuting sub-postmasters. I'm going to come to that in more detail later, so we'll park it there. Looking at paragraph 26, this refers to 4 broad strands of challenge, it says. Prosecution and civil debt recovery actions by POL, where the defence claim Horizon is flawed. These have consistently been won on the facts of Horizon transaction logs. Judges have spoken supportively of Horizon. And then it goes on to discuss threatened civil claims for damages. And it says 4 letters of claim have been received. Of these, 1 is now time-barred, etc. So that's the paper that went there. Let's look at the minutes of the meeting itself, please. It's RMG 703. So we see it's the Royal Mail Holdings Audit and Risk Committee meeting on the 8th of December 2011. If we can go down slightly, please. We see you are there listed second in attendance. And we also have further down Chris Day, Leslie Sewell and Rod Ismay, who were the 3 sponsors on that paper, yes?
Yes.
If we can go in the paper, please, to, if we could turn the page, please. And again. And sorry, over the page, please. And down, please, to F. Thank you. Pausing there. So challenges to Horizon. It says Post Office Limited has, over the years, had to dismiss and prosecute a number of sub-postmasters and Crown staff following financial losses in branches. So it's very similar wording to what was in the paper. Now, it says the committee noted the update on this matter. Would this have been, would the paper have been supplemented by anyone speaking to it, or would it simply have been read?
I don't remember, but usually if our corporate secretary used the word noted, it was not discussed. And as you can see from the minutes, there are a lot of things on that agenda.
And by that, what's the relevance of that, sorry?
Well, there were a lot of things to get through, and some of them would have been perceived as, at that time, and on the basis of what was known and said to us at that time, some of the other items would have been perceived to be requiring greater allocation of time and discussion.
Can you recall, either at this meeting or at any other point, ever being told that Post Office had pursued a prosecution where a sub-postmaster had raised Horizon as a defence, and that sub-postmaster had then been acquitted?
I don't specifically recall that, but certainly the documentation that you have provided allows me to see an email trail where, as I said, our chairman, Sir Donald Bryden, who was also, up until the time of Mrs. Perkins' appointment, was also the chairman of the Post Office Board. He, having seen an article in Private Eye, activated the audit and risk framework inside Royal Mail. But so I don't personally recall, but I can see that from the documents that you've provided, I have a reasonable picture of what happened.
If we could go up, please, on this document, we see there's a discussion of the, up a bit further, please. Thank you. Update on Horizon controls and relationship with Fujitsu. And again, if we scroll down, we see it's noting matters we covered in the report. In your witness statement, you say that the minutes do not disclose Rod Ismay, who was at this meeting, having made any statement to the committee about Horizon, and you make the point he'd done what we now know as the Ismay report a year earlier. Now, you say the minutes do not disclose it. Do you have a positive recollection on whether Mr. Ismay said or didn't say anything at the meeting?
I don't.
And what about Leslie Sewell?
No, I don't have any recollection. I don't have any recollection of a discussion on this matter.
And should we take then from your evidence on this is that the ARC were effectively reassured by the paper, which we went to earlier?
I would think so.
Could we look, please, at poll 3029114? this was a document sent to you by the inquiry. You're listed, as you say in your witness statement, you're listed in the distribution list. Do you have any recollection of ever receiving this or a document like it?
No, I don't have personal recollection, but I believe that this would have been done by the Royal Mail Internal Audit Group, led by Derek Foster, with whom, you know, we had a highly positive professional relationship, to the point that if there had been anything, especially in this period of time, because remember, we're almost through all of the discussions on separating all of the various points of intersection between Post Office and Royal Mail. If he, Derek, had any concern about anything not being attended to properly, the kind of relationship we had is that he would have spoken to me, and I have no recollection of such conversation.
So we see its review of key system controls in Horizon. It's a draft report dated February 2012. If we turn to page 3, please. It talks about master data at the top. No audit trail exists for change requests received by Fujitsu from the Network Business Support Centre. It says at the bottom, implication. Implication, it is difficult to detect and prevent inappropriate changes being made to master data. And then Ernst & Young management letter at the bottom. It refers to the matters identified by the letter. And it says this, progress has been made in completing the actions arising from the Ernst & Young management letter. The Ernst & Young recommendations that require most additional work relate to, and then it lists out what those were. Did anyone tell you that at this point, contrary to what had been said before, the recommendations in the management letter remained outstanding and to be completed?
I don't recall that. And in other documents that have been provided, it seems like we were being informed as a board that good progress was being made.
Do you know where's the break? Why has there been a breakdown in communication? Can you help us with why the board was being given a different story?
I really can't, because I don't have any personal recollection of it, and I'm trying to piece it together from the documentation that the inquiry has provided. There was a lot going on, as there always was in Royal Mail around that time, and you know, I wish I could help more.
Is potentially a problem that there was a disconnect at this point between, or lack of communication between Post Office and the Royal Mail Board because of the impending separation?
I don't think so, because if you look at the whole architecture around how the separation was going to take place, it was very well thought out. All of the various points of intersection had team leaders from Royal Mail and from Post Office working together to try to assess what would be the impact if we had to become separated. What would be the service impact, and how did we make sure that we didn't drop the ball anywhere? That was a very big framework that underpinned all of the discussion that took place quite across both companies in every department. So it's hard for me to understand because there would have been a huge amount of communication taking place in the context of just trying to articulate what were the implications of the separation in almost every single aspect, from facilities to technology to finance to, you know, the corporate secretariat. So it's hard for me to understand how certain things like this did not get flagged up more.
So that's probably a good time to take the afternoon break as I'm coming on to a new topic. I could ask we break until 3 o'clock.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So can you continue to see and hear us?
I can.
Thank you. I'll continue. Dame Moya, I will now want to look at oversight of criminal and civil proceedings. Please could we have your witness statement at page 5, paragraph 13. You say the policy decision relating to post office separation was taken long before I arrived at Royal Mail. The post office operated in a fairly autonomous way and had clearly done so for some time. It had its own corporate functions, including, and over the page please, finance, IT, HR, government relations, company secretary, marketing and legal. Pausing there, what do you mean by post office having its own legal function?
This was just an impression that I formed that in the general corporate function areas, they had people who specialized in those areas for the post office. And the impression was formed because when we were doing all of the work underpinning the separation, we had to think about people and the tasks that they did and which ones of them would, under the transfer of undertakings, go to one organization or go to the other. And it seemed to me that in these corporate areas, and this, again, it's just an impression that I formed, in these corporate areas, it was very clear that there were some people in the legal area whose work was almost exclusively for the post office. And so they would go to the post office.
Just continuing on, it will may become relevant later. You also say the two companies operated from different headquarters, Royal Mail at Blackfriars, London, and the post office at Old Street, London. You refer to there being almost no overlap between staff at the two organisations.
That is my recollection.
Could we jump forward, please, to page 35, paragraph 103? Uh, 103, please. Thank you. You're here speaking about the ISME report, and you refer to David Smith, the Managing Director of Post Office, not raising it with him. And you say, I would have expected David Smith and Post Office Limited's Head of Criminal Law, Rob Wilson, to conclude that an independent review was necessary. But pausing there, was your understanding that Rob Wilson was the Head of Criminal Law for Post Office Limited?
Yes, but I don't remember him. I have learned that through this inquiry. And I apologize to Mr. Wilson if I have met him, but I don't remember him.
If we can bring that document down and bring up Paul 30/46235. This is a letter I think you were given this morning by the inquiry. And you see it's on Royal Mail headed paper. It says Legal Services, 3rd floor, 4A Eccleston Street. That looks like an address in Victoria, London. Do you recall that being an address operated by Royal Mail?
I don't, I'm sorry. We had a lot of sites, hundreds of them.
We see it's sent to Maureen Moore's National Security Team, Post Office Limited. And if we look down, please, see it concerns the case of Post Office Limited and Ishak. Now, Mr. Ishak was convicted of theft on the 7th of March 2013 and sentenced to 54 weeks imprisonment. His conviction was quashed by the Court of Appeal in Hamilton and others and Post Office. And you'll have read from this document that Mr. Wilson gives advice and comments on the charging decision. you're nodding your head.
Yes, I'm sorry.
If we go to the end of the document, please, at the second page. It's Rob G. Wilson, Head of Criminal Law Division, and it's a Royal Mail email address, and at the bottom, we have the Royal Mail is a trading name of Royal Mail Group Limited. Were you aware when you were CEO that Rob Wilson worked within Royal Mail itself?
I don't remember Rob Wilson, but I suppose I should do. I mean,
Well,
the evidence here is that he did.
Let's go wider. Were you aware of the criminal law team in the legal department of Royal Mail?
I was aware of a criminal law team, yes, because we in Royal Mail had offences as well as the post office did. So yes, I was aware of a criminal law team.
So when you say we had offences as well, are you there talking about where someone was, maybe an employee of Royal Mail, was accused of, say, opening envelopes or stealing them?
Yes, or stealing, special delivery, there were, a range of offences.
So you knew that the criminal law team within Royal Mail dealt with those types of offences or allegations?
Yes.
Were you aware that the criminal law team within Royal Mail also dealt with prosecutions against sub-postmasters?
I wasn't. I thought that was dealt with by the criminal law team in the post office.
And let's explore that. What basis did you have for thinking there was a criminal law team within the post office?
Because I don't remember ever being briefed on sub-postmaster issues, except, very tangentially. I remember that from time to time, perhaps every half year, the board would get an overview of security matters in Royal Mail, and everything from, whether or not we were controlling our sites well enough, whether or not we had appropriate revenue protection in place, whether our products were properly designed to minimize, any loss of mail, because we were regulated on, the safety of the mail, the security of the mail. So I remember that, and in that context, I remember hearing about offenses that had been committed. And I mean, I'm sure that it would have included an overview for the whole group, but I don't specifically remember offenses against sub-postmasters. The first occasion, if I may, just to clarify, the first occasion when it really registered with me that, there was the potential for wrongful prosecutions of sub-postmasters was when I received the letter to me personally. I couldn't remember from whom it came, and it turns out on the basis of the evidence on the documentation that you provided me, it was Lord Arbuthnot. I'm just trying to explain to you that I don't remember sub-postmasters.
If I can pause you there, because we'll look at when you received that letter shortly. Given the Royal Mail criminal law team, which was within your company, was advising and was involved in the prosecution of sub-postmasters, do you accept you should have known that as Chief Executive?
Yes, I guess I should have known, but I didn't.
Who briefed you on the extent of the role of the criminal law team within Royal Mail when you joined the company?
When I joined the company, the senior team was in a state of flux, and I don't remember getting briefed on this. We had, at that point, the general counsel was a gentleman named Mr. Evans. He wasn't there for very long. We appointed then on an interim basis Jeff Triggs. I see from the documentation that has been provided to me from the inquiry that Jeff Triggs did include some information to our audit committees on sub-postmaster prosecutions, but I don't personally recall being briefed on that.
Can we look, please, at poll 20432-053? So this is the Master Services Agreement relating to the separation of Royal Mail Group and Post Office Limited. Could we turn to page 4, please? And we can see in the recitals that the second recital refers to it, that there's going to be a separation of the current corporate structure, so there'll be separate companies. And this agreement at C, it says this agreement sets out the terms on which the provider shall provide the services to the recipient and makes provision for the transition or termination of the services. So in essence, what this is saying is, before separation, Royal Mail provides services to Post Office Limited. After separation, we need to transition off those services, and this provides how that will happen.
Correct.
And I think you were involved in, reviewing and determining what services needed to go from Royal Mail to Post Office.
Correct.
Could we look, please, at page 147, which is part of the first schedule to the agreement? See, section M, it says services to cease, and this sets out the services that were to cease on separation itself. So effectively, these services come to a stop on, I think it's the 31st of March, but ready for separation in April, correct?
Correct.
And we see work stream on the middle column and then description of the services to cease. Could we please turn to page 150? Is it possible to rotate that, please? Thank you. And 44. It appears we might be having some difficulty with that. I hope you'll take it from me.
I will.
For 44, it says legal in the middle column, and then on the right it says Pol legal. And then over the page, it says 49, legal in the middle column, and then in the right column it says criminal law. And then the page after the service end date is the 31st of March 2012. So this document shows that it was a part of the negotiations and agreement about the services of criminal law services from Royal Mail to Post Office stopping. Is your evidence you weren't aware that Royal Mail was providing criminal law services to Post Office Limited?
I guess I didn't think, it didn't register with me. I suppose if I, think about it, maybe it was all part of one team, but inside that team, certain individuals worked exclusively on poll criminal legal work, and other individuals worked on Royal Mail criminal work. I'm just not sure.
Could we bring up, please, poll 3031004? Sorry, so I think we're going to have to take a 5-minute break because the system has crashed, ironically. Could I ask you, sir, if you don't mind, to staying on screen, and we'll see if it can be fixed in a shorter period?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just stay here quietly minding my own business till you tell me to pay attention again.
Thank you, sir. And Dame, I apologise. We'll try to sort this out. So can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
We've hopefully resolved that matter now. I'm going to go to a different document, actually. Can we please bring up Poll 3030800? So this is a Royal Mail Group policy, and we see at the top it's Royal Mail Group and then the business units, Post Office, Royal Mail and Postal Force, yes?
Correct.
And we see the owner is Rob Wilson, Head of Criminal Law Team.
Correct.
And if we can go over the page, please. It says the purpose of the policy includes 1.1.3, applies equally to employees at every level, whether frontline, management or executive, and to non-employees equally, whether contractors, customers, or having no formal relationship with the Royal Mail Group. So would you accept this is a group policy?
Yes.
And within its remit would be prosecutions against sub-postmasters?
Yes. Well, yes. Yes.
If we go to page 3, please.
The only hesitation I have, Mr. Stevens, is the date of this policy, because it was, I believe, in 2012, was it not?
If we go back to page 1, please. Should have taken you to the date, for which I apologise. It's date created September 2008. It's version 3, effective from April 2011.
Well, the only reason why I think the date is important is because as part of the separation process, and indeed in preparation for a hoped-for listing of Royal Mail, every policy in the company was updated. Every employment policy, every facilities management policy, and of course this policy would have been part of that. So I think some of them went back to 2008, but some of them were much older. And so the reason why I'm asking about the date is that when you ask me, does it apply to sub-postmasters, I guess it does in 2011. In 2012, it probably would not.
No, indeed, we don't need to turn it up, but there is a Post Office prosecution policy, version 1, that is from the 1st of April 2012. Reference for that, sir, for your benefit, is Poll 3031034. If we can turn them back to page 3, paragraph 4.5, it describes about the requirements of the Group Code of Conduct, and says, in the event of any disagreement with prosecution advice in England and Wales or inconsistency between prosecution and conduct decisions anywhere in the United Kingdom, the head of the criminal law team and the head of the investigation team will consider the case and provide guidance and advice to ensure that the Royal Mail Group maintains a consistent prosecution policy. So the purpose of this document was at group level to ensure, and the two examples you used earlier, that someone's Royal Mail employees accused of stealing letters and a sub-postmaster were prosecuted in accordance with the same policy.
Yes.
That can come down, thank you. In your witness statement, paragraph 12, page 5, you say, when I joined, my immediate priority was to resolve these issues in a way that would allow Royal Mail to satisfy the Financial Conduct Authority's eligibility requirements for admission of shares to the premium listing segment of the official list, so that the company shares could be traded on the London Stock Exchange and attract investor interest. You go on to say, they necessitated a programme which involved a complete review of Royal Mail's policies, procedures and practices to enable Royal Mail to comply with its ongoing listing obligations, the finances and operations of the company, ongoing liabilities and risks, and the competencies of the executive team. Would you, as part of that, have reviewed the and in your role as CEO, reviewed policies such as the prosecution policy I just took you to?
I remember reviewing a major, thick book of policies, but I cannot tell you for certain if I focused on this particular one. But I do remember being prepared for me a very large book of policies, so I expect that I would have read this, but I don't have a recollection of it now, but I expect I would have.
Would you agree that it's unusual for a business to bring private prosecutions?
It has been a thematic strand in this inquiry, but I have to say I am not as surprised as some people are, because you know, I had a very senior position in Canada when I was in the civil service in the Department of Transportation, and there were specialized police forces with investigation powers, and I believe in some cases prosecution powers. So I was not as surprised about that as some people have been.
But this is a private company. It may be owned by the government, but it's a company. Would you accept that it's unusual for a company to to pursue private prosecution?
I would accept that, but historically, you know, this company has unusual roots. Historically, it started off as a government department. So this may be a holdover from its historical background.
Would you agree that a business exposes itself to various risks if it brings prosecutions?
Yes, and it exposes itself to risks if it ignores offences against it as well.
So, in bringing a prosecution, it could be criticised in how it took the decision to prosecute. Would you agree?
It could be.
It could be criticised for the conduct of the prosecution.
It could be. However, if the prosecution and the decision to prosecute is a good one and a fair one, backed by the kind of impartiality that would be expected, then I don't think that it necessarily presents a big risk.
Is what you've done there identified a risk, analysed it, and then suggested a mitigation for the risk?
Yes, but I would say, Mr. Stevens, in that framework, probably anything could be identified as a risk if it's not thought of properly.
There are clear and obvious risks arising from if prosecutions aren't pursued fairly. Would you agree with that? There's, for example, a risk of unsafe convictions.
Yes.
Would you agree that bringing private prosecutions calls for thorough oversight by the executive of the company that is pursuing those prosecutions?
Not necessarily on a case-by-case basis, no. I think if you have competent people and if they are exercising their duties properly, you know, and the executive team of a company cannot do every job in the company. So I think it depends.
You said there, if you had competent people, I think the other one was if they're doing their job properly. Would you accept the executive team has to have a system in place to check both of those things, satisfy itself those things are being done?
Yes.
Do you think extra care needs to be taken on those matters where the business is investigating and prosecuting alleged crimes where it itself is the alleged victim?
I think arguably yes.
What did the Royal Mail Board do in your time there to oversee or mitigate the risk of prosecutions against the postmasters?
I think the most important thing that our board and our Audit and Risk Committee did under the aegis of the chairman, who was, until Ms. Perkins was appointed, also chairman of Post Office, when he read about, in private eye, he activated the risk management process of Royal Mail to make sure that they were apprised that there was an evolving situation that could indeed become a larger risk than it was being presented at that time.
Can I just pause you there? That's, I think you're referring to where a private eye article was raised and then queries were raised as to the integrity of the Horizon IT system and the
potential for
potential for civil claim. That's slightly different from a proactive risk management approach of asking what the board did to satisfy itself that prosecutions against sub-postmasters were being carried out fairly.
All I can help the inquiry with is the information that has been provided to me, because I don't have a personal recollection. But I will say that as we put in place the risk management framework and developed the risk register system, it was a process that cut across the company entirely, including the subsidiaries. And so we had a bottom-up and a top-down approach to the identification of risks. And even though I cannot personally recall this, but in the legal department, they would have certainly flagged this up and decided what kind of a rating to give it on the risk register. So that's the first thing. And I think it was our Audit and Risk Committee under, I think Matthew Lester was the senior executive in charge of putting that process in place. But this was a framework that was only just beginning in the 2010-2012 period.
Can I just clarify? I think earlier in your evidence you said you don't recall seeing prosecutions against sub-postmasters being on the risk register.
I don't recall it, no. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't, and that doesn't mean that it wasn't discussed. It was a long time ago. I don't recall it.
Is the answer that the Royal Mail Board took no steps to oversee how prosecutions against sub-postmasters were being conducted?
I would not say that from the evidence that you have provided me with. As I say, we had, it was very clear where the management of risks in subsidiaries lay, and the management of, I think this particular set of risks probably started in Post Office, but from a group perspective and getting your arms around the risks of all subsidiaries in the organization, I certainly remember that being a preoccupation. I can't give you the exact date. And I think our board members were alert to emerging risks, and in that context called for information so that it could be assessed by the board. So I'm sorry, but I think you are being perhaps more categoric than I would be on that.
I want to move to a different topic and look at some of your discussions with Paul Venables, please. Can we bring up Paul?
Before you do that, Mr. Stevens, can I just ask, because it's been wandering around in my mind as this discussion has been going on. Following separation, Dame Moya, Royal Mail Post Office in about 2013 either reduced very dramatically or ceased prosecuting sub-postmasters. It doesn't matter the reasons why for the purpose of my question. What about Royal Mail? In the period that you were chief executive between 2012 and 2018, when you ceased to be, did Royal Mail continue to prosecute its employees if they thought that appropriate?
Yes, from the information, sir, that has been provided to me, prosecutions reduced over time as we took other strategies to protect the mail and to protect our revenue, but there were prosecutions.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Stevens.
Not at all, sir. Thank you. Could we bring up the letter from Lord Arbuthnot to you? It's poll 20105483. I think you were referring to this email earlier. Sorry, letter earlier.
Yes, yes, correct, sir.
Go down. There are two complaints in this email. One is about the closure of a post office. The second is in the second paragraph. It says, I'm concerned on a number of fronts. First, my constituents tell me that this case appears to be a continuation of the problems that post office employees have been having with the software system that reconcile takings. I'm aware of 34 individual employees throughout the country who feel they have been wrongly accused of fraud due to faults in this particular system, and goes on to discuss a meeting. And in your witness statement, we don't need to bring it up, but for you it's paragraph 112. You say you have a positive recollection of this letter.
I do. I didn't remember that it was Lord Arbuthnot, but I remembered getting a letter around this time which registered with me, and it registered with me because it was different from the way in which the issue had been described in our Audit and Risk Committee.
I think your statement, you refer to the number, the 34 similar complaints. Is that something that triggered you?
It did, yeah.
Were you concerned that there may possibly be an issue with the prosecutions that Post Office have pursued at this point?
I didn't know about that. I was concerned that there was something wrong with the system, and the fault in the system was causing people to be falsely charged and horribly falsely convicted. So I didn't know that the process for the prosecutions was also the subject of such, disquieting and.
But you had a concern about the convictions because of the system.
I did. I thought, because what we were being told at the audit committee, and it's borne out in the minutes, we were told that there's no problem with the system, and we were also told that there were a few people who were blaming the system, but the fault was not with the system. This caused me to think about it in a different way.
Were you concerned that there may be claims against Royal Mail Group?
No, not at all. I mean, it's hard for people to imagine, but, we had the biggest fleet in the country. We had thousands and thousands of suppliers. We had lots of claims against Royal Mail. And so, I was not worried about claims about Royal Mail. What I was worried about was that there might be people who are being wrongfully convicted on the basis of a false belief on our part that the system is, faultless.
That document can come down, thank you. You in your statement, refer to a conversation that you had, or you remember having with Paula Venables thereafter. Did you express those concerns to her?
Yes.
And what did she say in response?
Well, I had suggested to Mrs. Venables that we really needed to do a complete drains-up, root and branch review of that system, taking into account, what people were saying about it. This was not any longer just a handful. I mean, this is a a significant group of people. And she said that the system had been reviewed. It had been reviewed on multiple multiple occasions, that there was no problem with the system, that there could be issues around keying errors, but she had, there's certainly, what I recall from the conversation, she didn't think we needed to do the sort of independent review that I was suggesting.
Why didn't you go ahead with an independent review within Royal Mail?
That's a good question. I think I was somehow given reassurance that it had been tested, it had been reviewed, but also at that time, you know, all of the issues, the substantive issues around separation had been resolved. We had in the Post Office Board and in the Royal Mail Board, our executive teams had been given the go-ahead to sign the agreement. So the practices and conventions and protocols that were in place for companies that were entirely separate, those were live. And for those two reasons, I didn't press it further at that time.
Did you think at that point that that's an issue, the allegation of potentially unsafe convictions? Did you see that as being something that totally transferred to Post Office on separation?
Yes, because, you know, I thought that the prosecutorial function, even if it may have come under the heading of Royal Mail Group, I thought it was a team inside the Royal Mail Group that carried out all of those tasks.
So what do you mean by that when you say you thought it was a team?
I thought that, well, let me try to put it in context. When we did all of the work on the separation in all areas of the company, we had teams working at all levels. And there was an escalation process if there were any issues or, you know, you couldn't get to resolution as to how that particular area was going to be dealt with. Nobody raised to me in the context of that there was any issue with respect to legal or criminal law. And my assumption, perhaps wrong, was that this was a pretty easy group of employees to move to the post office. My assumption was because they had spent most of their daily working time on post office matters.
So you, at this time, you did know there was a team in Royal Mail working on the criminal law aspects, which was to transfer over. That's what I'm trying.
Well, I'm just saying to you that it wasn't raised to me as an issue. I knew that there was a Royal Mail criminal law team, but perhaps wrongly, I thought inside that team there were dedicated resources that were working on criminal law matters for post office. That would have been my assumption. So in my conversations with Mrs. Venables, first, I didn't know at that time that there was any issue about the oppressive and harsh nature in which the prosecutions were being conducted. But secondly, and I think more importantly, I thought there was a separation between prosecutorial matters inside the post office versus prosecutorial matters inside the Royal Mail.
I'm going to jump forward quite significantly in the timeline now. Can we bring up PVEN 50500? And page 2, please. These were documents provided by Paula Venables to the inquiry to suggest that they're messages in 9th of May 2022. Do you accept these are text messages between you and Paula Venables?
Yes.
Can we go down, please, to the one at 8:41? Thank you. You say at the bottom, Horizon is the real villain here, and thank God we finally learned about the frailty in the system. We think of it as computerised, it is untamperable, infallible. Not so. Stand tall. I know you are a good person and would never, never accuse anyone in the wrong. Can I ask what you meant when you said that last line? I know you are a good person and would never, never accuse anyone in the wrong.
Well, the first thing I want to say is that I thought this would be a private communication, and I want to just say there's a context to this. Mrs. Venables was being vilified in the press, and we didn't know at that time in 2022 what we know now as a result of the evidence that has emerged in this inquiry. And so at that time, I could only say what I saw. And what I saw when I worked with Mrs. Venables was a hardworking executive who was a problem solver and not at all the kind of person that she has been portrayed.
So this is effectively supportive, saying you wouldn't accuse anyone of doing anything wrong without a basis or something along those lines.
Well, I think it speaks for itself.
Can we please bring up PVEN 50533? It's another message. It says, Dear Paula, what a terrible time. Just tell the truth. I know you're a good person and friends will be hard to find now. What has happened is a terrible, horrible thing. So many lives ruined, yours too. Just tell the truth, what you knew, what you thought at the time, what they told you, any mistakes you made. Do you recall roughly when you sent this text message and what prompted you to send it?
I think I had been traveling, and I had come back into the country after an extended trip, and I think you know, my YouTube artificial intelligence was sending up things for me to watch, but I can't remember exactly.
We see over the page there's a reply, and then the message starts, Paula, I'm just back in the UK. If we could then bring up PVEN 50532. So we see that message picking up there. Paula, I'm just back in the UK. What I've learned from the inquiry, Parliamentary Committee questions is very damaging. Nick was a poor witness. Is that Nick Reed?
Yes.
Chairman is gone. He will be next. When it was clear the system was at fault, the Post Office should have raised a red flag, stopped all proceedings, given people back their money, and then tried to compensate them for the ruin this caused in their lives. Go over the page. It says, yes, I agree. This is a reply. Yes, I agree. This is taking too long, Moya. The toll on everyone it affected is dreadful. I hope you had a good break and are well. You then say, I don't know what to say. I think you knew. What did you think Paula Venables knew?
Oh, gosh. I think she knew, on the basis of the evidence that has emerged in this inquiry, that there were faults in the system. I think that Post Office executives, including Mrs. Venables, continued to slavishly, in my opinion, adhere to the position that was not tenable on the basis of the evidence presented here, that there were no faults, or, you know, if you look at the evidence that has been given in my bundle and has been presented to the inquiry, going back to 2008, Fujitsu told post office employees, I don't know who, that there was the ability to manipulate branch accounts remotely. And then in 2010, it was that information went beyond that individual exchange between Fujitsu and post office. It went now into post office, 2011.
Can I just, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, can I pause you there? One thing I wanted to ask here is when there's a change from the message I took you to at first to here, and you're now saying, I think you knew, the change and the points you're making there, what is the basis of the knowledge? Is it things that have come out in this inquiry?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you're basing that on?
No.
Has anything that's come out in this inquiry made you reflect on past events, conversations with others when you were in post, in Royal Mail, in a different way?
Well, the only conversations I had were with people who would probably be as shocked as I am that all of the assertions and undertakings that had been given to all of us, the executive team of Royal Mail, the Audit and Risk Committee of Royal Mail, these were just not so. So I don't think that those conversations would have helped me. It was really what changed my mind was the evidence that has come out of this inquiry.
So I perhaps didn't ask, my question is slightly different. It's when you have seen something in this inquiry and what you've learned through the inquiry, has any of that, when you're looking back on conversations you may have had with Paul Venables in 2015, 2011, has any of that information given you a different reflection on that conversation, or do you see it in a different light?
I do see it in a different light. Because I do think that we were misled. I think that it was grossly understated, the gravity of the situation, and it has had calamitous results for people. So I think we were misled, and this assertion continued, you know, for a very long time.
So those are all the questions I have. I understand there may be questions from corporate participants. If I just may take a moment to get time estimates. We had a slight break with the document. So we do have requests. Mr. Henry has asked for, I think, 10 to 12 minutes. And it's just Mr. Henry, sir.
Right. Well, I'm sure that Mr. Henry will adhere to his time estimate. So over to you, Mr. Henry.
Absolutely, sir. Dame Moya, you're a strong leader. Would you agree?
I don't think it's for me to say, Mr. Henry.
But you have clear objectives which you communicate clearly to the people who work with you.
I have tried to do that, yes.
Yeah. And you set the tone about what had to be done and how it was to be accomplished, so far as the separation, the investability, and the ultimate flotation, together, of course, with Sir Donald.
Yes, and a very strong executive team.
Yeah. Now, if it had become apparent that unpredictable, intermittent bugs, errors, and defects in Horizon had led to the prosecution, conviction, and imprisonment of innocent people, That would have threatened your objectives, would it not?
No?
Why not?
Well, my objectives were to modernize the company, to establish better relationships with our employees, better relationships with our unions, to modernize the technology, to try to create a company that had a customer focus.
Can I stop you there,
Those were
Dame
my
Moya?
objectives. And so, you know, if we were doing something wrong, I would not shy away from it.
Right. So let's then proceed with that clear and unambiguous statement. You wouldn't have shied away from it, but it would have had a massive setback to the separation and the investability of the entity, would it not? Because you would have had this grotesque and appalling scandal, wouldn't you, unfolding on your watch?
Well, I would say if I knew then what I know now, I would certainly not have managed this horrible, grotesque, to use your word, in the way in which it was managed. My view is that when you find out that something has been done in gross error like this, you put your hand up and you try to set it right as fast as you can.
And
you know, and if you do that, as an organization, you're far better off than if you just let things drift and get bigger and cause more ruination to people.
And everybody would agree with what you've just said. So why didn't you surface the risk?
Well, I go back. I think we did. You know, if I look at...
I'm sorry, you think you surfaced the risk?
Well, we didn't understand the risk because we were deliberately, in my opinion, misled.
Part of it, though, you surely must accept, is that significant risks which are contained in papers were merely marked for noting. So, for example, litigation reports were marked for noting on your watch. You accept that?
Yes, but that is not, in my opinion, Mr. Henry, and I don't want to, you know, seem in any way argumentative. We knew where we had claims. We knew what the value of those claims were. We knew how much cash we had to reserve against those claims. We didn't shy away from that. What we were told is that this is a small number of claims. The likelihood of success, I think the word that was used was remote. This was a gathering storm, I would say. And when we activated the risk management system to at least surface it, the way in which it was described was a gross understatement of what it was.
And that is, and I'm going to come to that, but now that you have raised it, paragraph 137 of your statement, no need to take you to it, but you said prior to separation, as I've explained above, the narrative had focused on the audit preparedness of Fujitsu, the small number of threatened claims by sub-postmasters, and the insistence that Horizon was not at fault. All of this now appeared to me an entirely incorrect characterization of the issues. Now, this was your point of view, however, in 2015, 2016. Why didn't you get to grips with it before separation? You say that you were misled.
I think we were misled. It certainly was it was the sort of mischaracterization of a terrible situation, of a gathering storm. It was a mischaracterization that was so great as to be incomprehensible.
So how did Mr. Trigg mislead you? Because the reports that you did not read, and the reports that were noted that he prepared characterised it in that way.
Well, but he also said that the likelihood of the post office being liable in these matters was not great. And he had the advice of a very respected barrister. And so, as I said, we didn't shy away from assigning cash to claims. We had lots of claims. In fact, I think 75 million pounds was assigned to in one report that I saw. So I think this was a complete mischaracterization of this horrible, horrible situation. And of course, the longer that situations like this go on, you know, the worse it is for the poor people whose lives are being ruined, and also for the corporation who's, you know, needing to be able to turn the page and I'll stop there.
Could we go to the ISMAY report? You've got no recollection of the ISMAY report.
No.
If it had become apparent that the ISMAY report was a complete whitewash, that presumably, again, would have been something that would have disrupted the separation and flotation.
No, I don't think so, because if, you know, as I said, we had lots of claims. We had lots of technology risk. The entire technology estate of the Royal Mail Group was needing a complete revamping. So, and our whole approach was we will just start.
You'll just deal with it. You'll deal with it.
We'll deal with it.
But you were, again, misled. Now, are you sure that you have absolutely nothing to do with the commission of the ISMAY report? Because the ISMAY report occurred, or rather it was commissioned. We have heard from evidence, and it can be provided to you, 6 days after you assumed your post as CEO of RMG, and that Mr. David Smith commissioned it on the 21st of July of the year that you took over, 2010. And Mr. Ismay, in evidence, said that he had about 2 weeks to prepare it. Did it have absolutely nothing to do with your revamping and, as it were, stress testing of all of the systems that had to be dealt with in order to meet the FCA eligibility requirements?
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
You know, and I only learned about how bad it was our technology state much later.
Now, can I go to one final thing before I close? And this is a document that Mr. Stevens took you to. It's POL 000 30217. And you'll remember this is dealing with the Ernst & Young report from the 27th of March 2011. And you were saying to Mr. Stevens that essentially the complexion was that Fujitsu weren't prepared for the audit. In other words, somehow or other, the message about remote access got spun or laundered to be about Fujitsu's audit preparedness rather than this red flag which exists in the report. Could we go, please? It's your paragraph 73 in your witness statement where you say that even if you had read it, you wouldn't have regarded it as creating a problem with Horizon because you just thought that it was to do with, as it were, hygiene concerning access. Mr. Stevens took you to page 33 of the report. Could we go to the internal pagination, page 34? and could we go top left hand? Yes, and top box, admin access parameter, ADM, etc., etc., etc. And then I'm going to omit words and go down to the last 6 lines. Unrestricted access to privileged IT functions increases the risk of unauthorized, inappropriate access, which may lead to the processing of unauthorized or erroneous transactions. For prosecutions that were predicated on the integrity of the Horizon system, that was clearly a risk that ought to have been drawn to your attention there and then. Do you agree?
I guess so, if it had been put together the way you just have done.
But it's there in black and white.
Well, it is part of a much larger document, Mr. Henry. But yes, I think it should have been drawn to our attention.
It's actually in the executive summary on page 3, one of the opening lines of the document. You had to strengthen the review of privileged access. Do you see? It's 4 lines from the bottom of the page. Strengthen the review of privileged access. I mean, it ought to have been staring you, Dame Moya, in the face, and you ought to have got a grip on it.
I must say, I can understand why you would take that point of view. I would only ask you to consider the following. It was in the context of our outside auditor telling us that they had themselves, despite the failures of Fujitsu in getting themselves properly prepared to do a financial year-end closeout, that they had themselves tested the systems and that they had found that the systems were reliable and that there was no integrity of data problem. Secondly, in response to what had happened in the 2010-2011 audit, where they had to do more work and they were very put out about that, and it had cost more money, it had been inefficient. In addition to that, in response, we had set in place with Post Office Limited a whole follow-up piece of work.
I'm going to stop you there, because you have referred to them. It's POL 000291114, POL 000030482, again, neither of which you claim to have seen or read, even though you're on the circulation list, the Internal Audit Review of Horizon.
But that is true, Mr. Henry.
I mean, the fact is, this was never bottomed out or resolved under your leadership before separation, was it?
I don't think that's correct. If you look at the work that had been done, the follow-up work that had been done by Derek Foster in the internal audit group, it's a very detailed piece of work. He set in place in the post office a group that was charged with managing every single item that had been raised in that management letter. And progress was reported on a regular basis. So I must say I cannot agree with you there. Even I did not have the primary responsibility with the external audit group. That was, of course, our chief financial officer. But that does not mean that the work that had been identified here, and in fact, if you go to the audit plan of E&Y for the following year, where they talk about how they are going to approach a very extensive piece of work, because now they have to present financials for the 2 companies, you will see that they have put in place measures where they would use their own software to test every single aspect of the systems that would relate to the reporting of data, whether in the post office or in Royal Mail. So I can understand how you would take the position that you have taken, but I would ask you to consider those matters.
Dame Moya, I have nothing further to ask you. Thank you for answering my questions.
So, Ms Patrick has actually asked as well for 5 minutes. I said before to her, I think, about asking this question, and it's my error, misunderstanding.
Well, Ms Patrick, I don't want to stop you, obviously, but is it something that's going to the heart of the problems that I have, or is it peripheral, do you think?
So it's simply something that Dame Moya has raised herself about her reaction to Mr Arbuthnot's letter. I'd like to pick up some correspondence on behalf of Mr Julian Wilson that was sent shortly thereafter.
All right. Yeah, all right.
Dame Moya, I'm going to take this as quickly as I possibly can. I represent some other sub-postmasters who were convicted and have had their convictions overturned, including Mr Trousdale, who sits on my right, and Miss Hamilton on my left. Before we go on with the question I have, Mr Stevens raised with you the involvement of Royal Mail Group and Royal Mail Group Legal in prosecutions pre-separation. Can you help us? Who was responsible at executive level or board level for oversight of the legal team in Royal Mail Group?
The General Counsel.
And who did the General Counsel report to?
Me.
Thank you. And turning to the questions that I wanted to address, the inquiry is very familiar with Mr Wilson. Mr Julian Wilson, his wife, Mrs Karen Wilson, is a core participant. Mr Wilson died before his conviction could be overturned in 2021. And she gave very powerful evidence in phase 1 as to the human impact on him of his conviction. He'd been very actively involved in the Justice for Sub-Postmasters group before his death. Now, I don't want to take this too slowly. A number of our clients were prosecuted pre-separation, and the inquiry has the documents. Mr Wilson's investigation and trial documents appear under a Royal Mail Group banner. Now, you've talked about the correspondence with Mr Arbuthnot and that changing your perception, and the 34 cases being particularly relevant to you. Now, in your witness statement, you also deal with a letter being received from Mrs Karen Lumley, MP, on behalf of Mr Julian Wilson. And that's, we won't turn it up, it's paragraph 127 and 128 of your witness statement. You said you can't recall seeing that correspondence. And if we can turn it up very quickly, it's Paul 3058098. And it will come up, while it's coming up, the date on it, if you recall, is July 2012. So after you've seen the letter from Mr Arbuthnot, is that fair, Ms Dame Moya?
Yes, it was, I think the letter, the date there was December 2011, was that correct?
So after your perception might have changed about these repeated claims. Now, if we turn to page 2, we'll see Mr Wilson's original message. And I know you've had a chance to look at this in preparation for today. You can read it yourself very briefly, but he's reacting to the appointment of an independent forensic accountant. Can you see that there?
I can.
And he's raising 3 questions about the appointment and whether it's independent, whether they're going to look first at the computer because he's saying he thinks that's the problem. And finally, he raises a specific point about whether the independent review is going to raise a particular issue about transaction management. Can you see that there, Dame Moya?
Yes.
So they're all questions about the independent review. And I think you've said that by this time you were all for a drains-up root and branch review. Dame Moya, you're nodding. I have to say, you have to...
I beg your pardon. Yes.
So you were all for, by this point, root and branch independent review, and that's what you were suggesting to Mrs Reynolds?
Yes.
Now, can we look at the reply very quickly? The reply you can see at Paul 20143 and it doesn't come from you. And your witness statement, you say you can't recall if you saw a reply.
No.
Is that right? Now, it's very similar. If we scroll through the reply when it comes up, to a lot of correspondence the inquiry has seen in reply to sub-postmaster messages. It's Paul 20143 Thank you very much. We take it very quickly, I think. If we scan through, you can see the first few paragraphs. It's responding to the MP's message. You'll be aware in the email deals with the independent review. The third paragraph has been appointed. The scope of the investigation is yet to be finalised. To assure impartiality, Mr Arbuthnot has reviewed and approved the appointment. And then, I won't look at the detail, but if we can scroll through the next 4 paragraphs, it's dealing with the specific thing he asked the independent reviewer to consider. And if we scroll to the last of the 3 paragraphs there, it ends with interruptions to service connections do not create an issue for the Horizon system. Over the past 10 years, many millions of branch reconciliations have been carried out by the 25,000 sub-postmasters and their staff in post office branches, and transactions and balances accurately recorded. We continue to have absolute confidence in the robustness and integrity of the Horizon system and our branch accounting processes. Dame Moya, if you had seen this reply, it's going out to bat for the post office again, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's going out to bat for the system again, isn't it? It's saying the system's fine.
I agree.
If you had seen this after your perception had changed, having seen the James Arbuthnot letter, would you have been happy with this response going out in reply to a letter to you?
No.
Now, this is after you've seen the Arbuthnot letter. You know this correspondence, I assume, had come in. Do you see correspondence that comes to you?
Not necessarily. Oftentimes it is handled by the executive correspondence teams in Royal Mail and in Post Office.
Let's put that to one side. He's writing to you as the he's written to his MP. His MP's directed it to you as the parent at the time he was investigated. Now, Mr Wilson aside, having had your perception changed by the James Arbuthnot letter, and knowing that Royal Mail Group had been the post office parent for a very long time, did you ever look back and think, what were we doing? Did we have any role in this?
I never asked that question, but I did ask questions going forward. But at that point, we were brushed aside. And I think the evidence that has been provided to me in my bundles show that.
Dame Moya, you asked questions, but today, in response to questions from Mr Stevens, you didn't know that Royal Mail Group Legal had been in the thick of these prosecutions.
I thought it was the Post Office legal team.
Okay. Dame Moya,
Who signed that letter? I can't see on the screen.
So it's not Dame Moya, it's executive
Well, I appreciate
correspondence. Donna Gilhooly, sir.
Yeah. So it is an answer by Royal Mail, because by now, of course, separation has occurred, hasn't it?
Yes, no, this is not Royal Mail, I don't think, I'm not
No,
sure.
Dame
I think
Moya,
it's
I
the
wasn't
Post
suggest.
Office.
That's why I suggested, Dame Moya, if you had seen it, would you have agreed with it?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. There was no
No,
implication.
I just wanted to be clear, that's all, about the sequence. I am now, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dame Moya. I have no other questions.
So we have also received a request from Dame Moya's recognised legal representative to take a point of clarification in re-examination. I don't think it's a short point, Dame.
Pressure, sorry, it's just a very short point. Could we bring up Rob Wilson's witness statement, please, which is WITN 042-10100. And if we could go to page 2 of that document, please. And while that comes up, Dame Moya, you'll remember that Mr Stevens raised the question as to the entity which employed Rob Wilson and his role, and that point has been come back to on a number of occasions. Perhaps I could just take you to paragraph 3 of his statement. The first sentence, he says, in May 2002, I was appointed head of the POL CLT, which I think is the criminal law team. And then about 5 lines down in that same paragraph, he says, my main role was the responsibility for all criminal prosecutions brought on behalf of Post Office Limited. And then perhaps we could scroll on to paragraph 4 of that same statement, please, on the next page, where Mr. Wilson says, on the 1st of April 2012, so at separation, I left Post Office Limited and moved into Royal Mail. So obviously we don't have his employment contract, but we do have his statement which says that. I wanted to draw that to the inquiry's attention. Obviously, Dame Moya may want to comment on that, but that may not be necessary.
No.
Well, I think I was aware of Mr. Wilson's statement, and I'm also aware that during the course of the inquiry there has been a degree of looseness, if I can put it in that way, about precisely who worked for whom when.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, that's all. That's all the questions, yes.
I'm very grateful to you, Dame Moya, for making your witness statement and for giving evidence before me orally and answering a great many questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Right. We'll resume on Tuesday, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, sir. Thank you.